All right, Christine, is everyone there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. This time we'll call to order the meeting of March 1st, 2021. Before we move to closed session, City Attorney, do you have anything you want to say?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the city council so moves, it will go into closed session to discuss the two items agendized for closed session discussion, specifically item number 1, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representative, city attorney, employee, city clerk, and item number 2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, case title Building Industry Association of the Bay Area versus City of Hollister et al., San Benito County Superior Court case number CU 1900028. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion from council to move to closed session?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? All right.
Mayor, do we need to do a roll call?
Yeah, let's go. Thank you for reminding me, Councilmember Burns. Let's go to do a roll call.
Mayor Velazquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Councilmember Spencer. Yes. Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
City Manager Miller.
I don't vote.
You want a roll call just of who's going into closed session?
No, it was a motion to move to closed session. You just needed the votes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Motion carries. We will move to closed session. Thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't sure on that.
Okay. Christine, are we all back?
Ready to go.
Everyone's back now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. This time we will resume the meeting of March 1st, 2021. Vice Mayor Resendez, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Roll call, please.
Mayor Velazquez,
Here.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Present?
Councilmember Spencer,
Here.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
City Manager Miller,
Here.
City Attorney Epperson,
Here.
Interim Police Chief Reynoso.
Here.
Thank you. The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of March 1st, 2021 was posted on the bulletin board on February 24th, 2021 at 11:15 a.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, will you please report out from closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. The city council discussed in closed session those items agendized for closed session discussion, and direction was given to negotiators and staff. The city council adjourned from closed session, or recessed from closed session rather, at 6:43 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull? Do we have any requests from the public?
Mr. Mayor, I have a request to pull.
Go ahead.
I'd like to pull my minutes from 2:16,
On which items, that A1, A2, or A3?
A1.
We can pull item A1. Thank you. Is there a motion?
I make,
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
second.
Motion is second. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Velazquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll move to item A1 now.
Thank you. I'd like to pull item A1 to amend my minutes on items F1, F2, and F3. I would like to add the language from the 2:16 meeting that it was stated we would withdraw the items, the processes for naming the parks. One of the steps was to get information out to the public, which the city manager and the city clerk's opinion, that is through an educated newspaper. City manager requested we step back and advertise the naming of the parks, bring back the resolution, and define what public notification means. Also, the addition of Councilmember Burns requested there also be included specific information about the signage. The cost on the staff report was $4,000 per sign cost, and it's assumed that it was a monument sign similar to the ones at the parks currently. He would like more information in reference to that, and that if it would be city services or if we would go out and contract for it. And he would like an emphasis on local contractors. I would like to add that to all three of those items.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez, I do.
Go ahead, sir. Mr. Burns?
City Clerk, can you also look under F1, very short paragraph, and maybe I don't understand this correctly, but it says Councilmember Burns motion to withdraw this item. Motion seconded by Councilmember Burns. So I don't know that I have the authority to do both of those, but I'd like it.
I will make that correction as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor, and I have no hands raised.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Velazquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Councilmember Spencer, Councilmember Burns.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We will now move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note, state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards?
We do, Mr. Mayor. Carol Lenore. Carol? Please unmute. Carol, go ahead. Carol?
All right, let's go to the next speaker.
Jonathan Casey? Jonathan?
Hey, Mayor, City Council, just a note, I'll be speaking later, and I wanted to note that the way to get into the Zoom call, the little carrots, if you click on that link, go to a no ability to add, you have to take the carrots off the ends of the thing, so people that are watching that want to speak and can't get in, that is a fix that needs to happen. I noticed on other previous agendas, that wasn't, those carrots at the end of the Zoom weren't there. So just a note.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
Carol? Carol Lenore?
Let's reset the clock, please.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My iPad was doing something weird. Anyway, good evening, Mayor and council members. I hope you're doing well. I just had a few things I was wanting to ask about. But first, I wanted to thank code enforcement for repairing the sidewalk along Hawkins Street, the side of 7-Eleven there. It's a beautiful improvement. It's so much safer now. And I want to thank code enforcement. And it was actually Brian Swanson that got that done for the city. I also wanted to know, has there been any discussion regarding what your plan is for Development Services Department? Going to replace Brian, or what, maybe, do you know what your direction is there? And then I was also, I know you're working to get the North Street open, and I wondered how that's going, if that's going to finally be done. And then the last thing, I would like to encourage participation by the community on the GPAC. And I would really like to see, and I think the council would welcome somebody from the commercial industrial area of expertise as a GPAC member. I think that would be awesome if you could get somebody, a commercial or an industrial developer. Ken Lindsay used to serve on some of the general plan advisory. So those are my questions and comments tonight. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll move to item D1, City Manager's Report.
Nothing at this time.
Item D2.
Nothing at this time also.
Thank you. We'll go to item E1.
Staff is coming to the podium now. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. Abraham Prado, Development Services Planning Manager and Interim Director. The applicant Award Homes is requesting approval for a second amendment to the development agreement by and between the City of Hollister and the development known as West of Fairview. It is a major subdivision that has been previously approved. We have a PowerPoint as well. We'll show it right now in a little bit in the slide. But it consists of 667 residential units with 507 single-family homes, 100 multifamily apartments, and 60 small lot homes located west of Fairview Road to the north of the property known as Roberts Ranch, and to the west of Fairview, as I mentioned, and to the south of St. Benedict's Church. There is an image on the screen of the map that was approved with phases of 1A, 1B, and then all the way through 6. Thank you, Paul and Christine. The developer is seeking to amend the affordability component and the term limit component of the development agreement. Thank you. Staff is requesting that if the City Council determines to approve the applicant's request, then also amend Section 3.1 of the development agreement requiring the developer to cooperate with the city to annex the entire subdivision into Community Facilities District 4, which is lighting and landscaping, and Community Facilities District 5, which is for police and fire, instead of only within CFD 2, which is what they would be annexing into now if this amendment does not go through. And the developer has agreed to this change as well. Section 4 and 5 of the first amendment to the development agreement requires that no fewer than 33 small lot homes within the west of Fairview development be affordable housing units. These units are within phases 4 and 5 of the development, as you can see on the screen. As currently approved in the development agreement, the 33 below market rate units would revert back to market rate units if they are not sold within 180 days of them being advertised. So the current 33 units are potentially at risk if they are not sold within the first 6 months or so of them being advertised. With this amendment request, sections 4 and 5 of the DA would be replaced to indicate that the developer shall include, construct, and provide no fewer than 50 of the 100 approved apartment buildings as affordable housing units. The 50 apartment units would be guaranteed as affordable without the possibility of reverting back to market rate. Section 3 of the development agreement extends the term of the development agreement through and including May 1st, 2022. If the amendment is approved tonight, the DA meaning the development agreement shall extend through and including May 1st, 2032. The developer Award Homes will be presenting shortly regarding the delays that they have had over the years with this project, which includes getting permits, permit approval through the California Water Board, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. But also the request to extend the development agreement term limit is due to the housing allocations limits set forth in the development agreement, which limits the development to 75 units per year for the first 220 units. This averages approximately 6 building permits of residential units per month for the first 3 years of the development. The developer feels that the extension allows for the construction of the first 220 units within a 3-year period, then a 5-year build out of the remainder of the development. The developer will address the council to provide further details for the request. With this, staff recommends read by title only, waive full reading, and introduce ordinance 1201, an ordinance of the City of Hollister to amend the development agreement by and between the City of Hollister and the development known as west of Fairview. Are there any questions for staff?
Is there any questions from council?
Mayor Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
So thank you. Sir, I'm wondering if you can speak to the nature and the history with reference to the housing allocation limitations. How did we get there and why?
Thank you, Councilmember Tim. Yes, so that was all part of the development agreement that was approved between the city council at that time and the developer. And so the developer is going to be speaking a little shortly after my presentation, but typically the allocations that are given in regards to the amount of building permits that shall be given to a developer to be able to pull permits and build, whenever that occurs, in the past, it's happened even after this approval with the ward homes, is usually to try to maintain a number of building permits actually ongoing on the site at any given time. In this case, it would be an approximately 6 building permits per month that are allowed. And that's just to contain all the activity, all the traffic activity that's going on for the build out. As an example, right next to Award Homes, Roberts Ranch, they're going through the same thing. There was a requirement on the dais by city council to only limit the number of building permits. I think in their case was no more than 9 per month. And that was specifically to try to not have too much traffic, too much going on the site at any given time, which is a little different than the allocations. The allocations that they were awarded at that time, the city was going through a growth management ordinance that only allowed a certain number of units to be approved per year, not necessarily to pull the permits, but to be approved. And so that was a little different. They met that allocation process as part of the development agreement. But to respond to your question, Councilmember Burns, the reason why the limit of the no more than 270 units for the first 3 years, or 220 for the first 3 years, which averages to 6 permits a month, usually is because of the council wanting not to have a lot of activity all at one time, to limit the dusting. Even though the building department has a really good process in regards to limiting or dust control, making sure that if any of that occurs, the building department goes out there and can address the superintendent and make sure that they follow the dust control plan. Usually that's the case of why they limit the number of building permits.
Thank you, sir. I do have a follow-up question.
Sure.
Go ahead, sir. Sir, is your microphone on?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Thank you. I can hear you better now.
Ask and speak more clearly and directly. So I want to disclose that I did have a Zoom meeting with the developer on this previously, and I expressed some similar concerns with the developer. And so I want to reserve the right to make some follow-up comments later in the presentation, if I may, Mayor. But as it relates specifically to staff's presentation, you mentioned that the below market rate 33 units were scheduled to be built in phase 4 and phase 5. Did I hear that correctly?
That is correct, Councilmember Tim, yes.
And when, if we stayed on the current agreement, when would phases 4 and 5 be scheduled to occur?
That's a really good question, Councilmember Tim. At this time, the current status of this project, of this development, is that they have had their final map approved for phase 1A. They would still need to come before the city council, the City of Hollister Engineering Department, to have phase 1B complete, phase 2 through 6 as well. And so at this time, in speaking with the developer, they're hoping to proceed within the next 3 years to meet the 220 building permits. And then they feel that another 5 years after that would be their time limit of having the whole development built out. And the developer should speak a little bit more clearly to that when they come. But phase 4 and 5 would probably be at that, probably a little bit after the 3-year period of development.
Thank you. So remind me, when is the current agreement scheduled to term out?
Sure, it is scheduled to term out May 1st, 2022.
2022.
That's correct.
And so am I hearing or interpreting this right, recognize we're already in 2021, that there's no way that they could conceivably build that many units between now and the time the agreement's scheduled to term out. Is that a fair statement?
I would say yes, Councilmember Tin, due to the fact that they have that stipulation that they would not be able to build, they cannot build over 220 units within the first 3 years. So for the build out of it, that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Prado. That's all I have at this time, Mayor. Mr. Prado.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments from council at this time? I'll hold for my comments after public hearing. You have another speaker
Yeah, actually, I'd like to hold off on some questions also for later.
for later? No, no problem, sir. Did we have another speaker coming up?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, one moment. We have the presenter, the developer.
Good evening. This is Corey Kusich. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah.
can.
Corey, one moment. Mr. Mayor, did you want to open up the public hearing and allow him to speak?
No, he can first, we'll have the developer speak on it and then we'll open the public hearing.
Thank you.
there's- Any other points you want to make?
Great. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Staff, and residents of the City of Hollister who may be watching at home this evening. My name is Corey Kusich, representing Award Homes and the development agreement known as West of Fairview. I know that I have a short time limit, so I'll do my best to stick with me allotted time. Next slide, please. So prior to discussing the Second Amendment, I think it'd be helpful to provide a brief timeline of the project's history. So that I won't cover everything due to time constraints, but the tentative map was approved in July of 2007, at which time there was an approximately 6-year SOAR moratorium in place, which began in 2002. As Abraham kind of touched on, due to this moratorium and sewer capacity concerns, we entered into an agreement with the city to control the project's build out by agreeing to a housing allocation limit for the project. And this limit still remains today. Coming out of that in 2008, we were led directly into the crash of the housing market. Coming out of that in 2012, we began to move forward with the project. However, prior to developing any of the property, we were required to receive permits from multiple government agencies. That extremely difficult and time-consuming process took approximately 7 years, having received all permits by September 2019. Shortly after that, we had our plans approved for Phase 1A, and that is currently under construction today, installing essentially the entire development's front-end infrastructure at a cost of approximately $15 million. Vertical construction on the actual houses within Phase 1A is expected to begin within the next couple of months. Next slide, please. Now, we requested the City Council consider approving the development agreement amendment, which is the item in front of you this evening. In short, the amendment has 2 main items. The first of which is a 10-year extension of the development agreement. As the previous timeline had shown, the majority, if not all of the delays were due to circumstances that were unfortunately out of our control. And I hope that the council understands our plight. Therefore, we are requesting a 10-year extension. The driving force behind this extension is due to the housing allocation limit that we agreed to with the city due to the past sewer moratorium and capacity concerns. Currently, we are limited to 220 units within the first 3 years following the first final map recordation, which occurred on January 30th of last year, and 75 units per year following that. Therefore, this 10-year extension allows for the build out of the first 220 units, a 5-year build out of the remainder of the units with a slight buffer period for future market downturns. A 10-year extension is truly the minimum extension that we would need to receive if the housing allocation limits remain in place. However, we would be amenable to a shorter extension if the housing allocation limits were to be eliminated. And last slide, please. The second key item in this amendment is to relocate the current 33-unit BMR requirement onto the apartment site and increase the total number to 50 BMR units. First and foremost, the current requirement, which is slated to be constructed in phases 4 and 5. And to answer your question, Councilmember Burns, if I had to put a ballpark estimate as to when that would occur, it'd probably be about 5 years out, just due to that being in the later phases and the housing allocation that's currently tied to this project. And so the current requirement, it truly provides a disservice to prospective buyers due to the expected BMR price being near that of the market rate unit price. Therefore, it'd be a much better financial investment for families or individuals to buy the market rate unit that is non-deed restricted. Doing so allows them to invest in an asset that will appreciate over time with the market, therefore resulting in a better financial situation in the future when they decide to either sell or refinance their property. Because of this, we strongly feel that the BMR units as currently required are unattractive to prospective buyers and therefore unmarketable. As Abraham previously touched on his presentation, as currently approved, the BMR units revert to market rate units if they're not sold within 180 days. So my concern is that there is a high likelihood that the city would receive only a fraction, if really any, of the envisioned 33 BMR units for this development due to the reasons stated before. Therefore, approving this amendment guarantees 50 BMR units within the apartment site, which is within phase 1A that is currently under construction. Not only does this allow for more guaranteed units within the development, it additionally moves up the deliverable timeline of BMR units to the city. Lastly, and in my opinion, most importantly, there's a major shortage within the city of Hollister for BMR rental units. This amendment will help fill a major rental housing deficit for the city. Additionally, in speaking with major affordable housing developers who have previously expressed interest in this project, all of which would be submitting for state funding, that typically requires that the units be provided at mixed income levels, which is a combination of very low, moderate, etc., whereas the current requirement is just moderate levels. In conclusion, approving this amendment guarantees the delivery of more appropriate below market rate units within this development in a sooner time frame to help alleviate the major rental housing deficit within the city of Hollister. Thank you very much for your time, and I am here as well as Steve Shaw, Vice President of Award Homes, to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If there's no other questions from council at this time, I will open it to the public hearing. Do we have speakers on this item?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
No speakers on this item. We'll bring it back now. We'll close public hearing. Bring it back to council for discussion. Mr. Perez, you had a comment?
Yeah, so you were, they were just mentioning how if we remove the cap, if we eliminated the cap, that they'd be able to get done quicker. How many units are you thinking of increasing by per month instead of, what was it, 6 before that we have now?
An average of about 6.
So how many units would we be looking to finish in a month?
Councilmember Perez, that would not change. That would still continue with this amendment. That would still continue. What they would have to continue to abide by the development agreement that indicates that they should only get the building permits that they are allowed per month. That would not change unless you as a council would like to remove that stipulation, but that would continue to remain the same.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have-
Councilmember Spencer?
If we were to not remove the cap and it's like 75 units per year, give or take 1 or 2, how long would it take to build out the whole project?
It's a good question, Councilmember Honor. I would defer that to Corey, but in my conversations with him, he indicated that, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, that it would take the 3 years to abide by the DA stipulation of the number of units. And then after that, they believe that it would take another additional 5 years to fully improve the development. That's my recollection of my conversation with him.
Okay, and then, we're doing away, from what, if I understood this right, there's not gonna be any BMRs, units, homes, but instead, apartments, 33?
That's correct. So instead of having 33 single-family small lot homes, there will be 50 apartments at below market rate. Correct.
Okay, because, I mean, I've been.
Ms. Spencer, can you pull the microphone closer to you?
I've been looking at this and I think the one thing that we always talk about is smart growth. And if we keep it if we give them 10 years to complete their project, that's 75 units per year, which is exactly slow growth, give them time, give them everything else. But what I would like to do as and I'm going to kill his name, Corey, I'm sorry, I can't do his last name. Instead of 50 apartments, I'd like to see 75 to 100 apartments in this project. We are in dire needs of apartments for people. I don't know about the rest of the council, but I think a 10-year extension, we keep with the agreement, 75 units per year, which then gives them 10 years to complete the 690-ish units. And then if they're agreeable, I'd like to see 75 to 100 affordable apartments built into this. If we can do 50 phase 1 and then 50 phase 2, that would be great.
Councilmember Spencer, do you mind if staff responds to that?
Please.
So if the council would like to move forward with that, there's no need to change the ordinance because it actually says a minimum of 50. But the reason why we kept it at a minimum of 50, and it's totally up to you as a council, is that we also have a high need of market rate apartments, that rental units that the city of Hollister dearly needs as well. And so therefore, that was why we kept it at 50 affordable and 50 market rate, because of the need that we have for affordable, but also the need for market rate. But you're absolutely right that affordable market the affordability is high. I mean, I always go back to the 41 apartment units on Buena Vista Road, where we had over 1,000 applications for those 41 apartment units. And but to respond to your question, we do need the affordability of the apartments, but the reason why we kept it at 50 is because we also need market rate apartments, but it's totally up to you as a council. Thank you.
You know, and I know I'm not saying anything that nobody, doesn't already know. We have apartments where there's 5, 6, 7 families living in a 3-bedroom apartment.
Yes.
And that's because they can't afford the rents that are in some of our apartments in our community. I think it's more imperative that we do affordable rental apartments than, I understand what you're saying. I know there's a need for affordability, and
Sure.
we just don't really have that in Hollister right now.
Right.
So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Abraham, it might be helpful to clear up I think just for the public's sake, there are 100 apartment units in this project, and 50 of those is what they're asking for to be the BMRs or the affordables, rather than the 33 single family.
Correct.
Just so we're clear.
Correct, Mr. Mayor. Yes. So currently it's a 33 single family small lots that are required to be affordable. And with this amendment, it would revert to 50 multifamily apartments. That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Yes.
Thank you.
Questions?
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you, Abraham. I'm trying to follow what the previous speaker said. So he's saying that there would be 33 single family homes at an affordable rate if we did not change it right now, right?
Correct. So there's 33 at an affordable rate at a moderate level for the single family smaller lot development in phases 4 and 5 of the subdivision. And as mentioned, and also as stipulated in the development agreement, if they advertise them, there's a stipulation in the development agreement that if no one picks them up with the affordability restrictions within 180 days, then they revert back to market rate. So that's the risk that they currently have. It just depends on the market. I know back in 2012, 2013, the affordable homes were pretty much at the same rate of cost as the market homes, and with the differentiation that the affordable homes had the deed restriction. So it was kind of hard to get those affordable housing units back then. Now it just really depends on the market. But when they are selling those, they do have 180 days to sell them. If not, the affordability goes away.
And did you get those houses sold back then? Were they all sold, or were there some that reverted back?
Back then, Councilmember Resendez, back then, I'm just speaking in general where the projects that were being sold, off the top of my head, like Hillview 1 and Hillview 2, they were around that time off of between Buena Vista and Central, and so those homes were actually sold. So back then, and that was one project had like 25 units, and the other had 20 units, and they've been really good, really well maintained. I think that the affordability market out there with organizations like Chispa and CSDC, they've been doing a really good job over the years to have these units be really well built, very similar to the market rate. Pretty much have that, and that's what we strive for. Have no differentiation in looks. Have them look pretty much the same.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure this out in my head. So then like if somebody like a teacher that lived here, they didn't make that much money, but they wanted to buy a home here and they weren't so worried about like selling it or making money off of it, then that would be a good candidate for a home like that, right?
Yeah, potentially that would be being that they are able to purchase it with the deed restrictions. Absolutely, that is the opportunity that we have. The moderate aspect of the BMRs for these 33 units as the DA stands now, it's at, off the top of my head, 80% of the area median income, meaning last I checked, for a family of 4, the area median income was at 81,100. So it would be for families of 4, for example, making no more than 80% of that.
Okay, perfect. And then how many of those homes do we have now, or do we have any up and coming?
For the affordability?
Yeah.
We there are a few affordable homes, affordable projects out in the pipeline. Off the top of my head, I can think of this one being with 33 units. There's not very many. Let's see. I should have brought the list of the projects that we have.
It's okay, Abraham, but not more than 33. You would.
I would have to look at the list and see. I can get back to you, Mr. Resendez, but yeah, I mean.
It's okay. I'm just trying to weigh out my decision. So essentially, we're going to give up 33 low-income homes, well, affordable homes, to have people live in apartments instead. Is that what we're deciding on? That's one of the things, right?
Correct. So it would be from owner occupied to rental. That's correct.
Oh, so we're gonna essentially not allow people to own their own home, but instead they can rent an apartment at an affordable rate, not actually own it.
Correct. So it'll be from 33 owner occupied to a minimum of 50 rentals. That's correct.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other questions or comments from council?
Mayor Tim Burns, I have a few.
Councilmember Burns, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Prado, can you confirm for me what the affordable restrictions currently are in place? I know you spoke briefly about it, but can you get more specific than that?
So normally, thank you, Councilmember Tim. So normally, as Mr. Corey Kusic mentioned, these are usually managed by affordable housing development that would be able to take over and market them and in conjunction with the city of Hollister. the main aspect of it would be the affordability restriction in regards to that the family cannot make more income than what the income restrictions are. And for example, the moderate is 80%. Mr. Kusich was mentioning that if they do revert back to apartments, or if they go to the apartments, then there's a possibility of mixing those to very low as well. So my understanding is that the low is at 24% of the area median income. At 81,100, that's about for families that are making approximately, I think it's like $16,000 per year. Then so that's very low. And then the low, we're looking at, it's about 50% of the average median income. Moderate goes to 80%, and then above moderate is basically market rate. But those are the main aspects of the restrictions that we look at when it comes to the affordability restrictions for very low, moderate, and above moderate.
Thank you. And so
Sure.
if I understand things correctly, if I qualified and I bought one of those houses, I'm also restricted if I choose to want to sell it before the term expires. And so are you familiar with what, let's just say for simplicity of conversation, let's say over a 10-year period, a house appreciates 10%.
Sure.
My understanding is that they can't sell it for that 10% appreciation. That would be also controlled. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. I would revert to our housing coordinator who is focused mostly on housing issues. But yeah, there is restrictions in regards to when to sell, how to sell, and so forth. The details itself, I would revert back to our housing coordinator for that information.
Okay. And so if we do nothing this evening in regards to the request, it sounds to me like they're not going to hit their target deadlines anyway, based on all of the challenges that they have faced moving forward. And so at some point, they're going to be in breach of the agreement. Would that be correct?
That's sounds like a legal question, Councilmember Tim. And my understanding is if the DA requires an actual full build out by the May 1st, 2022 date stipulated, then that would likely be a breach. If legally it's interpreted as long as they have their legal lots of records, meaning that they file all their final maps from now to then, and if that's considered meeting the May 1st, 2022 deadline, then that could potentially not be a breach. It's all interpreted as to what is it that they are able to consider the May 1st, 2022 deadline. Is it a full build out? If it's full build out, that's not going to happen based on the stipulation. But if they're able to submit all their phases for the final maps, 1B through 6, and that would be considered legally, then it can be that they can still be okay as is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
City Attorney Epperson, can you speak to that further, please, sir?
Yeah, Councilmember Burns, in order to answer that definitively, I would actually need to go back and review the agreement and what it actually said. But my recollection is that it's the second scenario that Mr. Prado mentioned. In other words, that as long as their permits and everything are pulled by that date, then they can proceed with it. However, as opposed to it being completely built. However, again, I need to go back and look at it to actually determine what the case is under this developer agreement.
Thank you. So again, I guess another question for you, Mr. Prado, would be, do we have a sense for what the housing needs are for our service personnel? For example, our police officers, our firefighters, our school teachers, our clerks in supermarkets. My understanding is we have a lot of different people that provide a lot of services to us as residents that travel great distances to work here.
Yes.
And my concern is if we give up these 33 houses for 50 rentals, those folks are still kind of caught in limbo because they can afford to pay the high rent, but when they pay the high rent, they can't save the money necessary to obtain the down payment to eventually buy a house. And ultimately, as a tenant, they don't benefit from the write-off for their taxes for their mortgage payment. So, it's clear to me, and I understand, and I'm sympathetic to the needs of folks that might not necessarily be able to qualify for home ownership. They also need a place to live. And as Councilmember Spencer has mentioned, I go back to the early 2000s in Hollister, where I saw 10 people living in garages in Hollister. So it's real. And so the challenge I face is, do we give up 33 potential, as I understood the developer saying that it will be built in maybe 5 years, versus 50 immediate in phase 1B, if I recall correctly, that are going to happen soon. So it's, how do you strike the balance? And I don't know what the need is for the group that's kind of possibly would benefit from these 33 affordable houses, indicating also, that they might choose to buy it, as Councilmember Resendez said, not caring that they can't sell it during the term, and they're going to make their careers here. So it's a difficult decision for me based on that.
Very, very well, Councilmember Tim. That's a really good analysis. During our update of the general plan, we're going to be working on an economic development element as well. And as part of the economic development element, we have had a market study analysis already prepared with a lot of details in regards to our housing in the city of Hollister. Currently, just off the top of my head, one of the indicators is that city of Hollister has 80% single family homes, as opposed to other counties in the city, in the state, like Monterey and Santa Cruz, that are more like at 60, 70. So that's a big difference. Not to say that all single family homes are owner occupied. There is a big portion of those that are vacant for rentals, that are used for rental. And in looking at the table E5 of the State of California Department of Finance, it's table E5. They have a summary, a very nice summary in regards to the number of housing units in the city of Hollister throughout the state of California, but city of Hollister, they go by county and cities, and they have a vacancy rate. And the vacancy rate for rentals is very low. It's like less than 5%. I think it's like at 3-point-something%, meaning that at any given time, there's only just a few rental units in the city that are taken up very fast, pretty much as they go on the market. So there is a big need for rental throughout the city, as indicated in both of those two documents.
Thank you. One final question for you.
Sure.
Is there, from staff's perspective, a benefit to extending this agreement for 10 years, or would there be other options available without removing necessarily the housing allocation limitation? My fear is this project, as I recall, has started in 2000. We're 21 years later. We're talking about a 10-year extension that's going to create a project that's taken 31 years to build. And I've absolutely heard from the developers themselves, and I get all of the challenges, but we need to bring this to some sort of a closure and completion. But I want to be realistic and reasonable about this. And so I'm wondering if there's some common ground that maybe we don't go 10, maybe we go 5 with a review at 3 to see if it needs to move forward, because it seems like the initial real build out of this project is going to happen in the next 3 years. If I heard the comments that they were going to build 220, they're required to build 220 units within 3 years.
Correct.
And maybe we come back in 3 years or in 2 years to see where they're at, to see if there is measurable progress. And I get the challenge that the developer faces, and I do want to be reasonable, but 10 years just seems extreme to me.
Very, very good analysis, Councilmember Tim. In my view, yes. In regards to the benefits that staff sees in regards to the possibility of moving forward with this amendment, twofold. One is the we always, whenever we have the ability to whether or not we can secure affordability, it's always we would like the fact that we can secure them. I mean, there's a high probable chance that with the existing 33 single family homes that they can remain and they can be sold within the first 180 days, but there is that ability that they may not. And so knowing that we can secure the 50 would be good. And the second part is the communities facilities districts. Right now, the way that the development agreement reads, they're locked in communities facilities districts 2, and that's for police and fire. There's a set price for those, and with this amendment to the development agreement, we will require them to actually annex to communities facility districts 4 and 5, and that there's a set fee for the police and fire, which is higher than the CFD 2 that was in place back in 2007. And for the lighting and landscaping, it's not based on a set fee. It's based on actually what the cost of the maintenance for the whole subdivision would be, and then it would be divided per unit. So and it has an inflator. So every year, the city would actually get what we contemplate in regards to all the work that's going to go on to the whole development, and that is a huge plus for the city.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your
You're
clarity.
very welcome.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments from council?
Yeah, I have one.
Councilmember Spencer?
I don't know. So if we go with the 5-year, why don't we do away with the 75 unit cap? Do away with the cap. And then this way, because I'm sitting here, I've done the math. If we do the first 3 years, that's 220 units. And then the next 2 years, they have to build 530 units. That's a lot of units to build.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't we do the 5 years without a cap and just allow them to do 175 homes out there and do 75 low income apartments and keep the 33 BMRs. I did want to just hit a little bit on that. I understand it's not that I don't want people to buy a house. I want everybody to own a house. It's the most amazing thing in the world. But when you buy a house, your first house is not your forever home. It's your first property that you're going to buy. You think you're going to hold on to it for 5-10 years and increase your money by $400,000 or $500,000. With these BMRs, that doesn't happen. They'll be lucky if they come out with $100,000. So these first-time buyers will never be able to buy another home because they can't afford it. And I know you talked, $81,000 for a family. A lot of these homes are bought by young couples who don't make $81,000, so they wouldn't qualify for a BMR.
Correct.
The annual salary in Hollister is, I think, $85,000. A brand new teacher makes about $45,000 a year.
Correct.
They have to tenure before they can get their money. A police officer, level grade, and I might be wrong, but they make about $55,000-$60,000 a year. So technically, they wouldn't qualify for one of these low-income homes. So as much as I want low income, I want someplace for our people to live. 1/4 of our police department does not live in Hollister. They travel an hour away or more. They live in the valley. Same thing with our fire department. I would really like to see something so they can live in town. Below market rate home is what, 450,000, 500,000-ish?
Really depends. Yes.
So we're still looking at a $450,000 home that, and I'll put it out there. When my late husband and I bought our home 10 years ago, him and I made almost $80,000 a year, and we qualified for $250,000.
Wow.
And that's the loan that we got for our home. And I hate to say this, but I did get a house during the crash. That's the only reason I got the house that I got. So it's hard, especially if you got a single person that wants to own a home. I'm trying to look at all aspects.
Sure, absolutely.
If we're gonna do this, give the developer 5 years with no cap, and the 33 BMRs and 50, 75 low-income apartments. I think that's a good trade-off.
Very well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council? Do you want to make some comments, Abraham?
Yeah, of course, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes.
Well, let me make some comments.
Sure. Sure.
Want to point out a lot of different things. And Councilmember Burns pointed out that this project at completion would be 31 years. 31 years since when it was first approved. Now, I know there's a lot of different reasons for that, but the reality is it should never have taken 31 years. Or let's look at it in a different perspective. Basically, the houses that are built in the end were planned 31 years before that. I think if anybody looked at this layout now of this development, it would be rejected because it's so old, the old styles of what they were doing. We need to take time and really understand what we're talking about here, because there's still time to work through this. I think I heard some comments about that. This does not have to be decided tonight, but I would highly recommend that we take time to understand what we're talking about here, because times have changed. And when you're talking about concepts from 20 years ago in our community and following those through because of different reasoning, as time delays, the reality is this could have been built years ago had all the steps been taken at the time. This was a controversy back when it was originally proposed. It's an issue now. I agree it has to be fair process, but it should be a fair process to our community. The idea that we would take 33 BMRs and convert those to apartments is just outrageous. I just can't believe that's even being proposed. Those are families that could have had their start. I understand some people want to just profit from their homes, but there's a lot of people in our community that just want to own their first home. And they can't do that when a new home is $700,000. We are chasing our residents out of our own community and pushing them back up over the hill. That's why some of those officers live in the valley. They can't afford $700,000. We need to step back and understand realities. One of the things I've been talking about for years was the need to have an affordable housing aspect into our approval process, so we make sure developments like this always have affordable units in the mix of the development. And you see a really good example in Morgan Hill that's done it very well. And for whatever reason, we haven't been able to do it here in our community. And it's not fair to our residents. Morgan Hill, some of these communities are 15% of the development. Abraham, I believe you said, did you say 550 or 650 total units?
Mr. Mayor, for the Morgan Hill ordinance?
No, for here. How many units?
The units for
Total single family?
for this development here, or?
Yes.
So it's the 33 right now. It's just the 33.
No. So what's the total number of units being built?
Oh, I'm sorry, 667 units total.
Okay, so give or take, let's just say if we had a 15% affordable housing element, which we should have, that'd be over 100 units, 100 homes that would meet the criteria. And in today's world, those that do have, communities that do have the affordable element, they don't put them off until the end of the development. It's in every single phase. It's mixed in throughout the community to make it fair. It's not, let's find the cheapest house and give them the cheapie. Let's make this fair so it doesn't become one cluster somewhere that's the cheap homes. That should never happen. Those are the mistakes of the past. Let's make sure if we're going to be doing something that we're mixing this in to be fair. We should have the numbers we need. And this is something that's happening all over. People are having the affordable housing elements to this. So to be fair to our community, we need to take a step back, look at what's going on here, make sure we're implementing some of the ideas, criteria that's being used today. A lot of areas won't even allow you to build that many single family houses. They'll mix in multifamily throughout the community, which, as they like to say, by design, makes it even more affordable throughout the community. So I think we need to step back, have a long conversation about this, rather than just thinking in terms of, well, if we adjust it to 5 years, you can get done, you can get out. We shouldn't look at it that way. We should look at it, how do we best rework this thing in a way that benefits our community for the long term? And, you know, the CFDs are great, but really we need to be moving towards the HOA where the communities are paying all of their costs, all their road costs and everything else from the very beginning to the very end. It should never be, again, something that the city is having to pay for, because it all looks good today. 20 years later, when we're fixing roads and people are screaming and yelling, we know that the money never keeps up. You know, and everybody will tell you, homes are losers as far as in city finances, because they don't bring in the amount of money, but our community needs homes. So of course we cannot just say no. But I would recommend we step back, spend some time really looking at what we're trying to accomplish here, rather than just trying to find a quick solution for the developer's perspective or for our perspective. Let's take the time to do it right. This has, again, been passed so many times, extended and extended and extended. And each time the opportunity to do this right was passed up. So I would recommend that the council think about having more time to have conversations. Let's work through this general plan. We don't need to do this tonight. We can have a lot of time up to another year, and we can still be fair to the developer. And at the end of the day, have a winner for our entire community. That's what I would like to see. Thank you, Abraham. And just, I'll get you right in a second, Mr. Councilmember Perez. Abraham, you did say it's not until May. It doesn't expire till May of 22.
Correct. May 1st,
agreement.
2022.
Yeah, and I think we have time to do this right, and I think we can even work with the developer. I'm sure they probably have new ideas they'd like to incorporate to make a better community. So if that's something we could do, that I would highly be in favor of that. Councilmember Perez, go ahead, sir.
Actually, that was one of my questions was, I guess it was towards Corey or Abraham is, you know, is there modifications to the design plan?
To what they're proposing in regards to what they're designing? No,
Just the,
yeah, it would just be what they're asking for in regards to the term limit, the affordability, and then what the city's asking in regards to the CFDs.
it has been a long journey for them,
Yeah.
for this whole process. And I too don't want to see just us jumping into something and saying, okay, yeah, hurry up and finish it. But because we're talking about being fair to the community, yes, to the community. And I know a lot of people that are looking for places. I know a lot of people and they're not looking to buy. And I think with that being said, we should look more at, this is not the only project here. We got more projects coming. There's other things coming. We don't get a lot of these opportunities that are going to address our lower income residents.
Sure.
And I don't know, 10 years seems a long time to me. I'd like to see something shorter with that increased, I don't even know what the term was.
Below market rates.
Yeah,
Units.
but also with the cap of how many you can build per year. I'd like to see something more like 7 years and move forward.
Very well.
I love the CFDs. It's like going to those HOAs are really nice and stuff. But I think we're kind of like, from my understanding, and I'm still learning, but it seems like we're way past changing plans and stuff, as far as like the diagram of who's gonna, how many more houses, like to change it to instead of being a plan from 2020 or for 2010 to 2021. It's like those are already set. And if like you want to tweak it a little bit, I can see doing stuff like that. But and it helps out does help out our community, and helps our finances compared to where they were. And not unless we're gonna just like dump the whole project and start up from scratch, which I don't think is fair. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez. If I may, Mr. Mayor, City Council, I know that the public hearing has been closed, but I was just asked to look at the participants, and it looks like there is one hand raised by Mr. Corey Kusich again. It's up to you as a council if you would like to reopen it or keep it closed, but just wanted to let you know that there is a hand up.
Yeah, we're not going to reopen the public because we already closed public hearing. I think it's important that we move forward. Again, I think I've heard, I think a lot of the same conversations from all of us. We have concerns, and I think we can all agree we want to make things better, especially for our community. Would the council be willing to take a little more time to see what else we can do as far as affordable units or the BMRs and get to something that makes more sense for this entire project? I agree, Councilman Perez, we can't change the entire project. That's not going to happen this far into it, but we can sure make it better at this point and change some of the concepts from the 2000 to today, 2021. And, just, we have an opportunity, and if we should take this opportunity to do this right. As I point out, if we use that 15%, that would be 103 affordable units in some of these other communities. And now we're talking about converting 33 units to 50 apartments. And that's just not gonna help the community it is. I think all new developments should be have that better mix throughout, so we can have homes for our own community. So that's what I would recommend. Any other questions or comments from council?
Well, I have one. I'd like to hear from the developer. Can we listen? Can he talk?
No, we already closed public comment. Now we're at the decision process for us.
Mr.
Councilman
Mayor.
Burns, do you have a comment? Or
Mayor.
Councilman Resendez? Or who was speaking?
Tim Burns.
Oh, Councilman Burns, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I may have spoken over the vice mayor, and my apologies if I did. I'd also like our city attorney to do a legal analysis so that we can clearly understand where we are in this moving forward. I know that there's time, but that time will go quickly, and I want to make sure that we're well informed on the legal side of this as well, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Resendez?
Thank you. Yeah, I like the idea of tabling this for now, and I'd really like to see those affordable houses be preserved moving forward. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
So if we're going to table, this is Councilman Perez. If
Go
we're
ahead,
gonna table
Councilman
it,
Perez.
how long, what are we talking? I mean, what kind of timeframes are we talking?
City Attorney, maybe you can give us an idea of what it would take to get a good understanding that we can bring this back a month or two?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, 1 to 2 months. If you want to direct staff to bring it back in a month, that's possible. I'm guessing there'll be more conversations between myself and the developer's attorney and between the developer and between staff. So that sort of back and forth does take a while.
Again, it's like, so this has been a long process, and if we're going to table this, I would like for it to be come back as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank
so
you, sir.
might I suggest that we table it to a date certain for 2 months?
Why don't, thank you, Vice Mayor Resendez. Why don't we look at the second meeting in April? That would give enough time to get the information. And Abraham, would it be possible to get some of the affordable requirements in some of the other communities so we can have a comparison of what's going on? I think that would be helpful for the council also.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Are you indicating in regards to if there are other communities where
Where the requirements are? Yes.
yeah,
I think would be helpful for everyone. And that date would be, if it's all right with the council, maybe April 19th. That would be the second meeting in April. Give enough time for everyone to get more information. Maybe we can even have a study session. I do believe this is a very important project, and we need to do this right and really review and understand all the options here. Would
Mayor?
that work with the council? Councilmember Burns, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'd also like to get as detailed as possible of information and a cost analysis on the benefit of of what has been proposed as it relates to the CFDs, number 4 and number 5 versus number 2. At the end of the day, I want to be able to compare apples to apples and speak in specifics as much as possible versus approximates, please.
Very well.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, comments? Is there a motion to table this to a date certain of April 19th?
I'm prepared to make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we table ordinance number 1201 to a date certain of April 19th.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Velazquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Councilmember Spencer,
No.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
and the motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prado. We'll now move to item E2.
Amber, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. On December 21st, 2020, the City Council acknowledged the receipt of an ABC license review for Dollar General located at 350 Felice Drive, Hollister, and ordered the City Clerk's office to have it filed. On January 8th, 2021, the City of Hollister's Development Services Department received a letter from Rawlings Consulting requesting that a formal determination for public convenience or necessity on behalf of Dolgen, California LLC for Dollar General Store 21261 to sell beer and wine for off-site consumption, which is an ABC Type 20 license, be considered. In addition to the letter, the local ABC, pursuant to Section 23958.4 of the Business and Professions Code, has issued an ABC 245 form, which is distributed when the agency finds that there is an oversaturation of alcohol beverage outlets in a particular census tract. The state prohibits the ABC from issuing or transferring alcohol licenses in areas that are determined to be oversaturated unless the local governing body finds that the public interest is served by a public convenience or necessity. It should be noted that the public convenience or necessity determinations typically apply to requests for off-site retail sales, but also apply to certain on-site retail establishments. For the purpose of off-site retail license applications, the term undue concentration is defined by the ratio off-site retail license to population in the census tract or census tract division in which the premises are located exceed the ratio of off-site retail licenses to the population in the county and the premises that it's located. The Dollar General store is located in census tract 3.00, in which the ABC is authorized to issue up to 3 licenses without consulting the local municipality. The following current locations: Hollister Super, located at 1280 San Juan Road; Gateway AM/PM, located at 301 Gateway Drive; and Las Cuatas Supermarket and Taqueria are currently within the census tract. Up to 6 off-site sales are permitted within this tract. Staff has determined that the sale of beer and wine for off-site consumption from a grocery and consumer goods store such as Dollar General is considered to be an ancillary to the primary general retail use of this site. Furthermore, the use and operation of the site as a general retail use will assist in the generation and additional sales and tax revenues to the city, as well as assist in the creation and maintenance of additional jobs and economic opportunities for the citizens of the city of Hollister. With that, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to submit a letter to the Department of Alcohol Beverage Control, the ABC, stating that the public convenience or necessity will be served by the department issuance of a Type 20 off-sale license for the Dollar General retail store located at 350 Felice Drive. With that, that concludes the report. If there are any questions, staff is available to answer.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council? No
Mayor-
questions? I'm sorry.
Tim Burns, Mayor.
Councilmember Burns, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Amber, can you tell me the total number of offsite locations that already exist in the city of Hollister?
I would not be able to provide the detail of how many exist in total in the city of Hollister.
Okay, thank you. I presume we would, the request is to issue the letter based on public convenience versus necessity. Is that a fair assumption?
That's correct.
Okay. And if I understand things, having read the staff report, did I read that Dollar General was going to use approximately 5% of their floor space for the sale of beer and wine? Did I recall that correctly?
Sorry, I am trying to look up what they had submitted.
That was correct. That's what
yes.
I read too.
Okay. Did they speak? I did not read this, but have they spoken to what their annual sale of beer and wine is in other regions similar to Hollister? What I'm looking for is trying to understand how much of their sales of their overall products, it's hard to frame it, but what percentage of their overall gross income comes from the sale of beer and wine? Do we know?
I do not. And I'm going to ask the city clerk or IT if the applicant is online. I know that they were going to try to join us. They might be able to further answer some of Councilman Burns' questions. It should be either Laura or Steve Rawlings.
We do have Steve Rawlings.
Thank you. Then, I guess my final comment was, I read in the staff report that the chief of police position was neutral. And so is that, and this is probably a question for the chief actually, is that standard, chief? Or if the PD had specific concerns based on DUI status or drunk in public or other things that could be a direct or indirect result of alcohol consumption, has the PD weighed in the past and said they disapproved, or whatever the right word would be?
Correct. This is the opportunity for the police department to weigh in on situations like that. And in this situation, it was something that fell within that saturation level where the question was posed. We didn't think, based on the calls for service in that area, that it was necessarily a negative issue, especially with Dollar Tree being more of a grocery complete store, not just a liquor store. And for convenience, and we will remain neutral. We don't see a negativity for them. They're just being consistent with the other stores that they manage around the state.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your comments. Thank you, Amber.
Councilman Burns, I do want to give you a little update. I went back to look at the packet. The floor space is actually 3% of gross floor space for alcohol sales, and the anticipated sales will represent less than 5% of the overall store sales, and there will be no single sales of beer or malt beverage cans or bottles. Beer, wine coolers, and malt beverages will be sold in the manufacturer's prepackaged multi-unit quantities only.
Thank you, Mayor.
No problem, sir. Okay. Any other questions for council? All right. At this time, we will open it to public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Steve Rawlings?
Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
We
Yes,
can.
sir.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Steve Rawlings, and I am a consultant to Dollar General stores, assisting them with licenses and permits necessary to sell alcohol, beer, and wine in their stores here in the state of California. For the record, we do concur with the staff recommendation. Just as a quick note, we currently operate, Dollar General currently operates around 250 stores in the state of California. And stocking and inventorying of beer and wine is a standard inventory item for us. It is truly intended to just be an ancillary sale so that people that are in there doing their normal grocery shopping and buying the consumer goods have the ability to simply pick up a bottle of wine or beer with their sale, with the rest of their products. So with that, I am available for any questions or comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers?
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. This time we will close public hearing. Is there any other questions or comments? Vice Mayor Resendez?
Thank you. I do have some comments. So over my time being on the city council, this was one of the items that was pretty controversial, and we had a great deal of the public come out and speak against having this store there. I think there was about 15, 20 residents that came to the planning meeting, and a lot of people were not in favor of having the Dollar General there for different reasons. I think primarily it was because of I guess to put it is that it's a kind of a lower end store, and they wanted, even though we can't pick and choose what goes there, they wanted to see something a little bit more higher end on that side of town. Ultimately, the residents didn't get what they had asked for, and that's okay. But looking at it now, it's there, and it does provide, I think, some sort of necessity for shopping and for food and for quick items. That's fine, but I cannot support bending the rules to give them a beer and wine license, because that is essentially going to, or can potentially, provide more more people hanging out there, and all of these other concerns that some of the residents were speaking about when it comes to alcohol. There's plenty of other places to get alcohol there, so I really can't support asking the ABC to allow this oversaturation or this permit of an oversaturation of alcohol use there, based on what the community had reached out to me and told me during the time. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from council?
Councilman Perez.
Councilmember Perez, go ahead, sir.
I'm a little confused. So is this a standard for this store? First of all, it's like, I don't even drink. So it's like, I don't condone it. I'm not for it. I'm not against it. It's like, but it's like, my question is, if all these other stores are doing it and it's kind of standard supply, it's like, I kind of got lost there. I don't know if it's just a standard stock inventory. Is that what what was it? Not Amber, but the other guy, Steve, said. So was that part of the thought that when we approved this, back whenever it was approved, that they were going to have alcohol? That's my question. Did we know they were going to have alcohol before? I don't know who can speak on that.
Amber, are you able to answer that?
I am. So as previously mentioned, Dollar Generals typically do have an ABC Type 20, which allows for the offsite sale of beer and wine. So there was an understanding that the store could potentially come in asking for that type of license.
Thank you. Did that answer your question, Mr. Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I believe this is probably for Amber. How long have the other three stores been in place that sell alcohol under the type 20 that you've discussed, I believe? And would that not normally be part of a proposed business's responsibility and due diligence to know that there were already 3 existing stores, assuming they were, before they submitted their proposal to develop that site?
I'm sorry, could you repeat
Sorry.
the first half of your question?
I tend to ramble on. I apologize. How long have the other 3 holders of the license by ABC been in existence?
So I unfortunately do not have that information. That would be something that I would have to contact the ABC office for. But I could get that information if you would like it.
I think that would be helpful. But so then I guess my follow-up is, how long has this application been in process in the development?
So we received the request for the ABC license. It looks like it came through to the city council on December 20th. And then it came to the development services once we were aware through the ABC office that there was an over concentration or oversaturation. The applicant came back with the ABC 245 form around January 8th to request consideration for the public convenience or necessity.
Okay, so I understand it was originally received by the city on December 20th of 1920 or 2020, I mean?
Correct.
Okay. And were those 3 businesses that already possess that license in operation at that point in time? Do you know?
Yes, all of those businesses were operating with a license at that time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That helps me very much. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I have a quick question for you, Amber. The application, had we known that there was an oversaturation at the time, would we have made that a condition that they could not have the alcohol sales there?
They would still have the option to come forward and go through the process that they are currently going through.
Right, but I think
So just to clarify, there can be up to 6 off-site sales, but with 3 past the number 3, that's when the ABC has to consult the local governing agency.
and we have how many? 7? Is there 7 in this area?
So there's currently only 3 within this census tract, and it can allow up to 6.
There's 3 in this census tract. Okay. Had we had known, I mean, I'm assuming we've changed this policy here that to make sure we know this before they apply for. I know you mentioned we approved the alcohol license originally, and then we found out there was an oversaturation, so it came back. Has that policy been changed so we know that ahead of time?
Mr. Mayor, may I go ahead and answer that?
Go ahead. Thank you.
The City Clerk Black.
Go ahead.
When this came about, we had a conference call with the state of California, and I'm not sure at what point the applicant was supposed to submit that they had received a request for a PCN for this license. Somehow it got omitted and the city of Hollister was not aware of it. In the future, we will be, when the city clerk's office receives the ABC license, although I don't know how it's going to work for the planning department, perhaps the planning department will do it as well. When a business is coming in that's going to be serving or selling alcohol, is to send it to the state, and we have a contact, and we're going to request if there's any PCN or any other issue that would be a reason to deny the request. So we have a new process in place to avoid this in the future.
Thank
So
you.
we'll know that before we even go through the approval process and bring it before you.
In that situation, would the recommendation have been not to approve it? From maybe the police department could help us on that.
That, would it be I've only seen one ABC license denied, and it, I think, came from PD, so.
Yes, and if I may add, if it was another liquor store that exclusively sold liquor, we would have an issue with that if it's already plenty of liquor stores there. But this is a grocery store, which, as the mayor and Tim Burns has pointed out, is a small percentage of their overall sales. There is a liquor store down the street. So if people are going to shop at the dollar store and buy their groceries, they can simply walk down the road and buy their liquor, but it's a matter of convenience. They can buy a 6-pack or 12-pack of beer with their food and just go to one location. And that's why we didn't, we remain neutral on the liquor license, because there's nothing we can show statistically where another liquor license would affect the neighborhood. If anything, it's going to be more convenient for people to do their shopping all together at a place like a dollar store.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from council?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez or Vice Mayor Resendez?
Thank you. Amber, what are the name of the 3 stores that do fall under this tier?
So it is the AM/PM gas station
Uh-huh.
and the Los Cuatas supermarket in Taqueria. And sorry, I'm trying to.
Super.
Yeah, Hollister Super was the third one.
So this is for the whole city, because AM/PM is
So
pretty far out there. Los Cuatas is pretty far out there, and then Hollister Super is, there's
It-
2 Hollister Supers.
yeah, it's not for the whole city. Within your packet, there was an attached census tract,
Yes.
so you guys can see it. It's interesting on how our census tract is divided, because I too thought that it was fairly widely spread. But if you were to look at that map, you would understand how they've divided it.
Okay. And then I don't know if Councilmember Burns' question was answered. Did these applicants know before that they potentially could not have this approved? Did they, or did they not know that? As far as you know?
I would not be able to answer that. I'm not sure if they knew or not.
Okay.
I'm sorry. And Vice Mayor Resendez, are you done? I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Yes, thank you.
I'm looking at the census map now, and I think this number might be incorrect, because if I look at this map, I know there's 3 or 4 locations nearby there, not to mention those that are over the hill there. So I don't think that number is correct on this map. And I would definitely want more clarification on that, because I can think of 3 or 4 places that are within a 2-3 block radius of this facility. And then if you go over the hill, you'd have 3 to 4 more businesses. I'm kind of curious on this map. It doesn't seem to be correct.
So I would also just let you know, because again, having some of the same thoughts when looking through comparing the type 20 license within there, that's another thing to take into consideration. Is there other types of alcohol licenses that are available? Unfortunately, that's not something that I pulled for this particular report. That would have to be something that's further discussed with ABC to pull what other existing type of alcohol licenses are within that census tract. Again, the type 20 was the only liquor or alcohol scales, license that I looked up for this report.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions again from council?
Yes, I have one, maybe.
Councilmember Spencer, go ahead.
Okay, I'm looking at the overview and the project description. What I like in this is that the very last sentence in this is also none of the stores sell singles of beer or malt products. If you go into any other grocery store, you can walk out with a can of beer. You can walk out with a can the malt product. From what I'm understanding, and maybe Amber can answer this, or maybe the chief, Dollar General does not allow that kind of sale, which is actually a plus for them, because a lot of people go into the grocery stores just to buy 1 can of beer or into a liquor store. Is this normal for the Dollar General? I mean, from what I'm looking at it, you can buy a 6-pack, you can buy the 12 or on up, and of course a bottle of wine, I think. But no single sales of beer or malt products. So I think that's a plus for them. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Mayor Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, sir. Amber, I don't know if you have this information either, but I'm going to ask anyway. As I understand it, we currently have 3 businesses that have the type 20. It's something that is the threshold whereby ABC then sends the city a request for an accommodation. And we could have as many as 6 in that census tract, if I understand all the conversation clearly. And my question is, are you familiar with any other census tract within our city where we've exceeded the number of allowed licenses like we're talking about doing here?
Yes, this has come up. I don't know the particular name of the track or the track number, but we have this often occur in our downtown area. That's also another area that's oversaturated, that has had to go through similar processes where it's reviewed by police and other staff members.
And have we deviated from or deviated? Have we allowed for those businesses to get the licensing they've requested?
Yes, we have.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any other questions or comments? Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution 2021-35 as stated.
There is a motion. Is there a second? There is no second. Item dies for lack of a second. We will now move to, why don't we take a 5-minute break before we move to the next section? That's all right with council?
Agreed.
Okay, take a 5-minute break. Thank you, everyone. Christina, is everyone back now? City Clerk?
Not yet, Mr. Mayor. We're still waiting for a few members, please.
Thank you.
We're ready, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will resume the meeting of March 1st, 2021, and we will move to item F1.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, what you have before you is a resolution with your consideration on approving the agreement between the Hollister Police Department to retire Canine Officer Lupo from the department's Canine unit. Canine Lupo previously was working as a canine with the Bay Area Police Department. The handler retired and was not able to keep Lupo. Lupo was acquired by the Hollister Police Department at a discounted price of about $4,500 because he had already been 4 years old. He's been a part of this department since January of 2020. It is common practice to retire canines to their handlers when they reach an age or condition where they can no longer be of service. Canine Lupo is a 5-year-old Belgian Malinois canine, and canine experts also advise us, the same canine experts that were training and we acquired the canine have advised us that he has approximately 2 more years of service. And that what separates him from the other dogs that we've retired. The current handler, Jason Hutchins, has resigned from the police department. He's actually moving out of state with his family. This was not a planned retirement, but it's something personal with his family and extended family that are moving out of state. They are advising, he's requesting to keep the dog and is willing to pay for the dog. The experts, the canine professionals have advised that the dog's value is about $1,400 per year with a total of 2 years of $2,800. Officer Hutchins has agreed, if possible, to purchase Lupo for that amount from the city councils if they approve this. And as a department, this dog, I don't know if you remember him when he was here for this swearing in, he is a great animal, attached himself so really good with the officer. It's going to be very difficult to retrain the dog. It might take a year to retrain him with the new handler to be able to operate as a canine with the new officer. And by that time, the dog would probably only have 1 more year of service. So we proposing this for your decision on whether to sell Canine Lupo to Officer Hutchins. If you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from Councilmember Perez?
Are we going to get another canine unit? Replace him?
Yes, sir. That's
I mean,
our
I know
plan.
we can never replace him, but will we get another one?
Yes, we had previously retired a canine Dallas and Freeze, and our plan is to replace them. And now we would be replacing 2 dogs at this point. We have currently have opened for those officers that are interested to be the next canine. They've submitted memos in interest of that, and we do have some money set aside from an SLESF fund that we plan to be using to purchase the next dogs.
Do we know about how long it would take to get another K-9 unit in operation?
It's going to take several months. When we do acquire the dog, there has to be a good match with the officer. We have to select the officer first and then select the canines that are available that are a good match. And then the training for a new canine officer and a dog that hasn't previously been certified could it be over a month of training to get them certified.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Resendez?
thank you. Interim Chief, do you know if Officer Hutchins is going to continue to have the dog work as a police officer in the other state, or is he retiring the dog? Do you know that by any chance?
Yes, good question. No, he is retiring from law enforcement. And him and his family have attached themselves greatly to the animal, and they're just want to give him his forever home, as they say. And he is not planning on working in law enforcement in the state that he's moving to.
If he's no longer planning on working in law enforcement, then I would suggest that we sell the dog to him for $1. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Is there a motion?
If I can, Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion to adopt the resolution number 2021-36 with an amendment to sell the officer K-9 for $1.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now move to item F2.
Yes, Mayor, it has been requested from staff to move G5 before F2.
Is the council all right with moving G5 up?
Yes.
Is there consensus there? Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. This is Abraham Prado, Development Services Planning Manager, Interim Director. I have the pleasure today of introducing our General Plan Consultant, Placeworks, and Mr. David Early will be presenting the update of the General Plan for today. And once he provides his report and presentation to the Council, then I will address item F2 regarding the resolution rescinding and approving the GPAC formation. Without further ado, I will present to you Mr. David Early. David?
Good evening. I'm David Early. Can I just ask, I trust you can hear me and I believe I'm not on camera. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I can see some of you in the council chambers. It's nice to see you this evening. I do have a slide presentation and I've been told that staff would run that for me. I do have a copy if it's better for me to share my screen.
Which works better for you, City Clerk?
We're going to let him share his screen.
Okay.
That way he can move it.
Okay, I don't have the screen sharing capability quite yet, so let me know when I have that.
Mr. Early, go ahead and try.
I don't see a button right now that would allow me to share my screen.
City Clerk, do you have the slide presentation ready on your side?
One moment, please. Did you email that to us? You got it? I'm going to save it. Hold on. It's going to be in the folder now. Yes.
If it's of use, I could email it quickly to someone there, if that would help.
Give us just a couple of seconds more and we will.
Okay.
Just G5. It's a PDF, correct?
I sent a PDF, yes. Actually, it came from Carrie Stone in my office earlier today. That looks like it. I can see it on the screen there in this chambers. Excellent.
Yes, sir, we're ready to go.
Thank you so much for projecting that for me. I appreciate it. So I go ahead and put up the next slide, the first slide of the presentation. And let me say first to the 3 council members who've been on the council for a little while, I know some of this will be a repeat of a slideshow that I showed you about a year ago when we first started the project. But I wanted to give you all 5 of you an update as to where we are now. And I especially for the 2 new council members wanted to give an overview of the project as a whole. So let me just start by looking at the question of, well, what is your general plan? And I know many of you know this, but just for the 2 new council members and the public at large, let me say that the general plan is a state-required blueprint for growth and development and conservation in every city in the state. Every city and every county is required to have a general plan required by law. And it's the document that establishes the community's vision and supporting goals, policies, and actions that have to do with growth, development, and conservation. It's intended to provide a consistent direction for future development. It balances growth and conservation and quality of life. And it's also a place where you can document your baseline environmental conditions so that as new development projects occur or other changes occur within the city, you have an understanding of how they would affect the both natural and social environment. Next slide. In Hollister, your general plan has all of the state's required elements, of which there are a total of 7 in state law. And those are land use. In your case, your element is called land use and community design. You have the state required circulation element, a housing element, a natural resources and conservation element, an open space element called open space and agriculture, and a health and safety element that includes both safety as well as noise, which are 2 required state elements as well. So that list of 6 elements that you see on the left side of the screen covers 7 required elements within state law. Your general plan also does include what's called an optional element, and the state allows as many other elements as you like. Your general plan already includes a community services and facilities element. And as part of this general plan update, you've asked us to also include an arts element as well as an economic development element. So the new general plan will have a total of 9 elements or chapters. The last update of this general plan happened in 2005. It's actually a very good document, in my opinion. It does need updating. It needs some fine tuning, but it's a great document to work with. And it is also time after 15 years that we go ahead and do an update now. Next slide. So we have set a series of goals for the general plan update itself, for the general plan process. The first of those is to engage a broad spectrum of Hollister's community, and we're doing everything we can to get a wide variety of people to participate, even during this time of pandemic. We are looking to reestablish and confirm the community's vision for Hollister 20 years from now in the year 2040. We understand that this city really wants to maintain its small town agricultural character and to manage growth consistent with overall community goals, while also ensuring high quality development, supporting economic development, and of course, responding to state mandates and new general plan guidelines that have arisen in these past 16 years since the 2005 update. Next slide. The project that we're doing has many components. There is, of course, at its core is an overall update to the general plan itself. That is updating the 7 elements that you already have and adding the 2 new elements. But we're also helping with implementation of Senate Bill 743, which I think most of you know is the state law that requires the change from looking at level of service in transportation analysis to looking now at vehicle miles traveled. And we're creating a policy framework both inside the general plan and at an implementation level to help the city to implement SB 743. We're also preparing a climate action plan to respond to climate change that's at the same level, if you will, as the general plan. We're preparing a hazard mitigation plan, which will support the general plan safety element. We're preparing an environmental impact report on all of those documents together. And once we're finished with all of those things, we'll also be conducting a municipal service review to allow the city to apply for annexation of any lands that the general plan identifies for future annexation. So it's quite a comprehensive, multi-pronged project. Next slide. We have by now established a planning area for the city. This slide, and I know it's a little hard to read, but I think many of you are very familiar with the boundaries that we're showing here. We're looking not only at the area inside the city limit, and which is shown in the black line, and the sphere of influence, which is shown in the yellow line, but we're also looking at the urban service area of the city, which is shown on the red line, and an even larger, the purple dashed line, which is what we call the planning area, which is an area foreseen in state law, which the city identifies for itself as the area where future development, even if it's under county auspices, would have an effect on the city of Hollister. So that's, I want to be clear, that's not to say that the city would necessarily grow into that entire planning area. In fact, the city likely would not grow into that planning area, but would be creating planning policy to try and preserve greenbelt areas or agricultural areas around the city to make sure that the city really does maintain a consistent feel. So we are looking not only at the city limit, but the sphere of influence, any possible expansions of the sphere of influence. We're looking at policies for infrastructure in the urban service area, and we're looking at overall land use patterns in this larger planning area. Next slide. I've already mentioned some of the key issues that we're considering, but just to highlight those here, we certainly understand that growth management has been a very important issue in the city. That does include, of course, housing, and I thought your discussion about the West of Fairview project was very enlightening this evening, and does point to the fact that we really do need to be looking at growth management and housing policy. We're looking at circulation and roadways, bicycles, pedestrians throughout the city. We're looking at economic development in the downtown, in the airport area, in the industrial park, and in various industries. And we're looking at maintaining community identity and high quality design. Those are some of the key issues that we're addressing in this entire update. Next slide. We have multiple opportunities for public involvement. Our scope originally foresaw a total of 8 separate workshops and events, and those would have been in person before the pandemic. We also already foresaw, even before the pandemic, conducting a large number of online activities. We do, of course, have the General Plan Advisory Committee, which has already been meeting and will continue to meet, and it does have 5 meetings coming up at the end of March and in April. I'll talk about those in a few minutes. We are going to be doing regular check-ins with you as the council. This is my second presentation to you, and we'll be having planning commission meetings as well. And of course, due to the pandemic, most of our outreach is now relying on virtual technology, but we've translated all of our workshops into virtual workshops, and we are also conducting the online activities that we previously anticipated. Next slide. We are also working very diligently to do outreach to diverse groups throughout Hollister, really making sure that everyone's voice can be heard. And in Hollister's case, that particularly means reaching out to the Latinx community and doing as much as possible in both English and Spanish. We are working to identify community leaders who can help us to do that outreach. We're utilizing our existing contacts from all city departments and elected officials, translating our outreach materials and meeting materials into Spanish, and structuring our workshops and meetings so that they can be conducted in both languages. We are working with your staff on an ongoing basis to implement lessons learned to make sure we get as much of the Spanish-speaking community as possible. And I haven't even had a chance to tell your staff about this, but just last week, our office had a very successful Spanish language meeting for a project in Gilroy, working at the Caltrain station there. And we actually had 70 Spanish speakers in attendance at that meeting, and the meeting was conducted entirely in Spanish. And so we really want to work with your staff to learn from some of the outreach that we did there, some of the ways we got to involve people, and try and get as much both English and Spanish language participation in Hollister as well. Next slide. We do have a robust website already. The website is available in both English and Spanish. It's at hollister2040.org. Both members of the public and council members, if you have not seen it yet, please do take a look at it. I will acknowledge the screenshot of it is a little bit old. It shows our first GPAC meeting from June of 2020. The website itself has been updated quite a bit since then, but this gives you a sense of just what the visual graphic looks like. And it really has a lot of information on it. And I encourage you to look at that website frequently and get updates through the hollister2040.org website. Next slide. Some of the items that are on the website include background information about the general plan, opportunities to become engaged, an events calendar, links to documents that we've published, as well as online activities, which have included a vision comment form, key issues ranking exercise, a photo upload, a word cloud, and very shortly in the next couple of days, we will have online activities with a survey about all the key issues that we're going to be discussing with the GPAC at the end of March and into April. Next slide. So here's an overview of our schedule and process. We are right now on the third line of this schedule. We've already completed our baseline conditions review and future trends review. We have gotten a lot of input about a vision, which I'll be showing you in a few moments, and we'll be bringing this vision to you for your concurrence in about a month and a half. We are now moving from the vision into a policy assessments and design alternatives. And just in the next few days, literally, we're going to be publishing a whole set of policy alternatives and design alternatives. Those are going to be considered at 2 public workshops that are happening next week on March 9th and 10th. So it's next Tuesday and Wednesday. And then the GPAC will be meeting to consider those policy alternatives and design alternatives at 5 meetings in March and April. So right now, and this is one of the reasons I'm here this evening, right now really is one of the key work points for the public and the GPAC in this entire process. Starting next week and running through the end of April, we're going to be having a total of 7 different meetings, 2 public workshops, and 5 GPAC meetings, which are going to set a lot of the policy direction for the general plan, and which will culminate in another presentation, first to the Planning Commission, and then to you, to show you the outcome of both the vision process and the policy assessments and design alternatives. Once that's completed, probably sometime in May, we'll begin the draft general plan itself, and we will be putting together both the draft general plan and those other work products, as well as the environmental impact report, and all of those will be published in the fall of 2021. And once those are published as draft documents, then it'll take between 6 and 9 months for a full public review of those, culminating with you, the City Council, acting on all those documents, probably in the summer of 2022. That gives you an overview of that schedule and where we are today, right in this very critical piece of policy assessment and design alternatives. Next slide. I did want to talk, because it's on your agenda tonight, talk a little bit about the General Plan Advisory Committee. That's the GPAC. It has 2 main functions of equal importance. The first is that it is a review and recommending body to the Planning Commission and City Council working on work products to form the content of the general plan update. And at the same time, the GPAC members serve as project ambassadors to spread the word about the general plan update, to encourage community participation, and to build community support for the general plan update and the process surrounding it. So we really do see the GPAC members as having both of those roles, both helping us to guide the process, but also letting community members know about the process as well. Next slide. The GPAC does include right now a total of 4 members who have been appointed. I think you're all aware that Mayor Velasquez as well as Councilmember Resendez are on the GPAC, as are planning commissioners David Huboy and Roxanne Stevens. Ms. Stevens was only appointed a week or 2 ago, and so she has not yet attended a meeting, but we're very excited to have her join the GPAC and be at those meetings in late March. And then it does say here 3 members of the public. That's an item on your agenda tonight to expand the GPAC from 1 to 3 members. Those seats, whether it's 1 or 3, are vacant at this time. And we do have an application process open with applications due to the city clerk this Friday, March 5th at 4 p.m. I think that's already been mentioned this evening, and I know you'll be talking about it more this evening, but we're very excited to get a large number of applicants. We hope there'll be a lot of interest and that you as the council will be able to select 3 members to fill those seats, and to you'll do that at your meeting on March 15th in time for those members to also take their seats before the start of our 5 GPAC meetings in late March. Next slide. So let me talk, I talked now about the process and the GPAC. I do want to tell you a little bit about the vision statement that has now been drafted. The vision statement is intended to be a pretty concise 1 to 2 page document that describes the future of Hollister as you all would like to see the city in the year 2040. And it's expressed as a set of shared community values. It's intended to relate to all the topics of the general plan and to guide preparation of the general plan's goals and policies. So you can see in this diagram on the right side of the slide that there's a vision statement that overarches over the entire general plan, and from it stem the goals, and then from the goals stem the policies and actions of the general plan in detail. So the vision statement is a very important foundation for the entire document. And it's interesting that your 2005 general plan, which, like I said, I think is a great document, it didn't have that single concise vision statement. You could kind of guesstimate what the vision might be out of the various policies within the general plan, but there wasn't that 1-page vision that we like to see when we prepare a general plan. So we've helped the community and the GPAC already put together a draft of the vision statement. If I could have the next slide. So here's some examples. So the vision statement, for instance, would say, residents can live and work in Hollister. And that's not a verbatim sentence out of the vision statement we've drafted, but it is very similar to some of the language that came out of your process. And you can see that from that vision statement, there might be a desired outcome or a goal of increased local jobs. And there might be policies and actions, for instance, to create new land use designations for commercial uses at the airport, or there might be a development of a program to attract new businesses to the industrial park. So that gives you a sense of how the interrelationship among the vision statement, the goals, and the policies and actions would work. So we did a series of vision statement outreach events. We had a total of 4 virtual visioning workshops in June and July of last year. We also had ongoing engagement tools online in June and July. You can see here both the online engagement process and one of the Zoom meetings we conducted with very robust activities, very robust engagement from your community. And then if we can have the next slide, we did come out with a set of values as well as a detailed vision statement. And I won't try and read this now, but this just gives you an overview of it. Then you will see this in detail over the next several weeks and months. We have 4 draft values of equity, diversity, innovation, and sustainability. And then if we can have the next slide, we also have this draft vision statement. I'm not going to expect you to read it now. It is available online and in other documents, and it will come to you for your comment at our next meeting with you, which will occur after those GPAC meetings in March and April. So I'm guessing that that'll be either very late April or more likely in May, when we'll come back to you with this vision statement, as well as the results of the 5 GPAC meetings. Next slide. So I just wanted to talk about these upcoming meetings, which I've already been alluding to. We're having our virtual community workshops on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. There's a morning meeting from 9 to 11 and an evening meeting from 6 to 8. We've chosen these times because we know that various people have differing schedules. They will be meetings that are, each of them is unique. People can sign up and come to both if they have both time and interest, but it's also perfectly great to be able to attend one of them, and people will be able to fully participate at either both workshops or just one of them. As I already said, we'll be able to conduct them both in English and Spanish if there's a demand for that. And we are asking people to register in advance because there is a pretty complicated agenda and we need to know how many facilitators to have and how many small groups. So we are asking people to register online at hollister2040.org. The registration is already up and available, and we hope that anyone who's listening in tonight will go, even just tonight, go ahead and log on and sign up for one or both of those workshops next Tuesday and Wednesday. Following those workshops, there will be the 5 GPAC meetings that I've been mentioning. The first of those is on Tuesday, March 23rd, and they are on 5 consecutive Tuesdays, 23rd, 30th, April 6th, 13th, and 27th. And that will be a very intensive work period for the GPAC to look at the very many important policy issues that we have for the GPAC to discuss. All of the information about all those policy issues will be available online in the next couple of days, and it will be distributed electronically to the GPAC members and to all the members of the public who sign up for the workshops. So that concludes my presentation. I believe that's technically item D4 or so on your agenda. I'm available to answer any questions you have. I'll also remain here as a resource regarding your action or discussion on the expansion of the GPAC, your item F2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Early. Is there any questions or comments from the council members?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Councilmember Burns, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So for our presenter, can you, or not explain, but do you have a sense for the number of people that have participated in the online events, actual numbers of people at each event?
Yeah, I would say that, I don't have an exact count, and actually Abraham or Amber or Eva might, but my estimate is that all told, we've had probably roughly between 100 and 150 individuals who've participated in one way or another in our process so far.
Perfect, thank you. Are counties also required to have general plans?
Yes, every county does have a general plan. It only covers the unincorporated areas of the county. So for instance, the San Benito County General Plan does exist. It was updated just in the last 5 or so years, and it covers all of the county except for the incorporated city of Hollister and the incorporated city of San Juan Bautista.
Thank you. And so how are the meetings taken into consideration the San Benito County General Plan so that they align if they can?
That's a great question. We are actually having staff level meetings with county staff right now on a pretty regular basis to try and create as much alignment as possible. If you review the county general plan, you will see that that general plan actually foresees a very large amount of residential growth within the unincorporated county. And I think all of you are familiar with some of that pattern of growth that's happening primarily right at the edge of the city of Hollister under county auspices. That is growth that's very consistent with the county's general plan, but possibly less consistent with either the city's existing general plan and possibly also inconsistent with the general plan that we're developing now. So there may need to be some ongoing discussions with the county, between the city and county, to really understand how the city and county want to work together to approve and hopefully coordinate about development as it moves forward.
Thank you. And I guess my final comment is simply, I would recommend, and I guess this would be to the mayor and to the city manager, that anytime we're going to talk general plan of any depth, I would request that it be through a special meeting. This is a critical topic, and I really want to be able to spend the time necessary to clearly understand it, be prepared for it, and then have a robust discussion as necessary and appropriate. Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, comments from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I'm going to hesitate just a moment, but I have no hands up at all.
Okay, can we take down the slide presentation? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Early. We do appreciate your presentation.
You're very welcome. I will remain at least listening in for your item about the GPAC expansion, and I'll be available for any questions if those come up.
Thank you very much, sir. We will now move to item F2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Good evening. Abraham Prado, Development Services Planning Manager, Interim Director. At its regular meeting of February 5th, 2018, the City of Hollister City Council adopted resolution number 2018-27. It was a resolution approving the formation of a General Plan Advisory Committee, otherwise known as the GPAC, subject to the committee bylaws and rules and procedures, rules of procedures. At its regular City Council meeting of February 16, 2021, just this last City Council meeting, the City Council directed staff to rescind and replace the approved resolution 2018-27. The approval of this resolution tonight would change the formation of the GPAC to have a 7-member GPAC appointed by the City Council instead of a 5-member GPAC, and will be comprised of 2 City Council members, as David Early just indicated, 2 planning commissioners, and 3 members at large of the public residents of the City of Hollister. So with this, staff recommends that the City Council adopt resolution number 2021-37, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister, rescinding and replacing City Council Resolution 2018-27 to have 7 members appointed by the City Council to serve in the City of Hollister General Plan Advisory Committee, GPAC Ad Hoc Committee, instead of the 5 members. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for staff?
Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Jonathan Casey? Jonathan, go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is John Casey. I'm a resident of Hollister. Just a short statement. I am here in favor of the resolution and would appreciate additional members on the GPAC. This is an important tool for our current guide and the potential we have here in Hollister. And I think a broader group can help make the plan more robust, have more questions answered, and establish goals that will take all of Hollister's residents and districts together into the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. Mia Casey? Mia, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. It's Mia Casey from Hollister. First, I just wanted to thank the council for adding more members to the GPAC and adding more public members. I think it's wonderful and will definitely add to the discussions, especially the ones coming up. I've been fortunate enough to be able to participate in the workshops so far, and they're very engaging. They're a lot of fun and you learn so much. So anybody who might be listening out there that's considering it, I'd encourage you all to apply and take part in something, because this is the future of Hollister. Anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to approve resolution number 2021-37.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to item F3.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. This is Renee Prowlis, CIP Manager. Tonight before you is Resolution 2021-38, which will authorize staff to call for sealed bids for the Lad Lane and Southside Road traffic calming improvements project. Staff procured the services of Kimley Horn to prepare plans and specifications for the Lad Lane Southside Road traffic calming improvement project. The plans are now substantially complete for bidding purposes. The project will include a slurry seal and will construct bicycle improvements and traffic calming measures on Lad Lane from Tres Pinos Road to Southside Road and on Southside Road from San Benito Street to Lad Lane. This will include a Class 4 bike lane protected with rubberized curb, signing, striping, and traffic circles. Once the bids are received and opened, staff will bring back a contract and an appropriation for council approval. Staff recommends that the City Council authorize the calling for sealed bids for this project. Do you have any questions?
Any questions from council?
Yes, I have some.
Councilmember Spencer?
Renee, what is the traffic circles?
I can barely hear you.
What are the traffic circles?
What are the traffic circles?
Yeah.
Many roundabouts.
That's what I was afraid of. Well, actually, this will probably be good because we do have a very serious racing problem on these streets. So hopefully this will slow down the traffic there. That's all I needed to know. I've just never heard them called traffic circles, just roundabouts before. Thanks, Renee.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor?
Is there a motion?
I motion that we accept 2021-38 as stated.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We will now move to item F4.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Mark Falgo. I'm serving the city as the acting city engineer. Resolution number 2021-39 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister to approve a pavement evaluation services for approximately 128 centerline miles of roads in the City of Hollister. This item will provide information to the council regarding automated road assessment and approve the services for pavement evaluation in accordance with the on-call professional services agreement between the city and Kimley Horn to plan data collection, collect pavement condition data, and to field validate that data for the city's use in developing a pavement rehabilitation program, and will authorize the execution of a task order for the above described services. In short, pavement conditions are typically evaluated every 3 to 5 on a 3 to 5 year cycle, and the latest pavement evaluation for the city was done in 2016. The method that will be presented by Tim Miller of Kimley Horn shortly provides a means to digitize the data collection and the data for easier use by staff in preparing and organizing pavement rehabilitation projects by proximity and by pavement rehabilitation type. So I would like to, with your permission, turn it over to Tim Miller of Kimley Horn to provide the presentation.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Tim Miller, and I'm a pavement engineer with Kimley Horn. I'm pleased to take this brief opportunity to share some more information about this proposed assessment with you. Next slide, please. So just a quick overview of the presentation. I'd like to spend a minute talking about the data collection process and the online viewing platform that will be a part of this program, and conclude with how this assessment can be used to build out a pavement rehabilitation program. I do provide more information at this link below that you are free to review at your convenience. Next slide, please. So current data collection methods can be time-consuming, dangerous, expensive, infrequent, and labor-intensive. Typical methods usually involve either a visual-only inspection or a high-speed sensor van. Visual inspections typically take a long time, can be dangerous depending on location, and are labor-intensive. Other automated approaches can be expensive, and because they are expensive, they are infrequently conducted every 3 to 5 years. And so our approach is a hybrid approach that really combines the best of both worlds, the automation and digitization that technology provides us, along with the assurances that come with a trained pavement inspector to help make those pavement rehab decisions. Next slide. So data collection should be objective, it should be efficient, it should be affordable, convenient, and automated. And so we think that the approach that we're proposing here is all of those things. Number one, we are concerned with the safety of the community of Hollister, and we're concerned with the safety of the crews conducting these assessments. And so with this hybrid approach, I think we are able to deliver on all 5 of these main points. Next slide, please. So what does the data collection process look like? Well, we're using a standard passenger vehicle at traffic speed. There's no traffic control required. And what we're doing is we're fixing a smartphone with a camera on the windshield of that vehicle to collect imagery of the roadway surface. We drive the entire roadway network. We estimate about 128 miles in total, and collect a video log of those roadway conditions. That video log is then split into 10-foot increments, and those individual images are processed using artificial intelligence. As those images are processed, they're delivered at a 10-foot interval and are also aggregated for rehabilitation purposes on a block-to-block or segment basis. So the data delivered to us through this process allows us to analyze and interpret roadway condition information and begin to build out that pavement rehabilitation program. Next slide, please. So what does that look like? Well, we take that raw imagery, and through a series of analytical filters, we're able to screen out some of the extraneous information that's not related to pavement. So things like the sky, vehicles, houses, grass. Those filters remove that information and isolate just the pavement surface. Using a series of algorithms, we are then able to categorize the distress on the surface to provide a simplified rating from a level 1 rating, which represents a road in very good condition, to a level 5 rating or a road in very poor condition. Next slide. To give you a sense of what those condition ratings look like, you can see a level 1 would have no damage or very minor surface damage. Level 2 might have some cracking and some initial stages of deterioration. And as we deteriorate down into level 3, 4, and 5, we start to see more significant deterioration and more severe treatments required to address those issues. Next slide. The data is actually delivered at 2 intervals. As I mentioned, it's delivered at the point level, so on a 10-foot increment, and it's also delivered at the segment level for planning purposes. And so one of the things that we deliver with this program is an online viewing platform so that members of the council or members of the city are able to log in and view the data. All of the images are geolocated and time-stamped, so we have a record in time of when that condition occurred. And we've got a comprehensive network overview then, both at the point level and the segment level. Next slide, please. With the segment data then, you can see with the green ratings representing a good condition, transitioning to red in poor condition, we've got a really good idea of where we need to start assigning work. For example, the red and the orange blocks may represent where we need to do a more severe resurfacing or reconstruction project, while the light green and the yellow may represent a good candidate for a resurfacing project. So, or I'm sorry, a slurry seal project. So at a high level, we can begin to articulate what the needs of the network are and how much those repairs are going to cost over the 128 miles within Hollister. Next slide. The data is delivered in a format that is available online, as I mentioned. We also deliver the data in tabular format and in shapefiles so that it can be integrated with your existing GIS system. The data is assessed at a 3-meter or 10-foot interval. Like I said, the GPS images are tagged, and so we have lat long coordinates as well as timestamps for every image that's included in the assessment. Again, we're looking at that quantitative 1 to 5 rating across 100% of the entire network. Next slide. So we begin with this data. This data really forms the blueprint, and we begin to supplement that information with the visual surveys to define more concrete treatment recommendations. And so this hybrid approach combines that full video log and those 1 to 5 condition ratings with more detailed distress ratings that are collected using trained pavement inspectors. And so we're able to move from that network level overview of here's what we have across the network to a very kind of succinct and project level where we can start to make decisions and priorities and come up with projects that could be incorporated into a CIP program. Next slide. So with this program, we're able to identify what some of those high-level goals are. If we are looking to do just a preventive maintenance program involving crack sealing or patching, we've got the information to build out that program. Likewise, if we're looking at doing some resurfacing or rehabilitation, we've got the data-driven backbone to drive those recommendations and those suggestions. And so that information can lead us into a full pavement management implementation. Some of you may be familiar with a program like Street Saver that's been used in municipalities across the state of California. This is the type of information that is needed to populate a full-blown pavement management program. And so with this program, we feel that this method and this approach is scalable. We are starting small, but it allows us to incrementally build and to achieve some of those farther reaching goals that the city of Hollister has for its infrastructure. Next slide. I talked a little bit about the data collection options. What we're proposing is a hybrid approach that uses really the best of both worlds with the robotics or the automated data collection approach with the validation of trained human raters. And so based on that information, we're then able to analyze and visualize that information in an easy to use geospatial platform that can then be integrated into other planning documents, whether that's in a tabular format in GIS, or in a tool that we've developed recently called Drive. If you could go to the next slide, to capture this information in a highly graphical context, we're able to roll that condition data into a full planning tool that allows us to really make the most of scarce dollars and the most of limited infrastructure funding. So with that, I will go to the next slide. And if there are any questions or if I can provide further feedback or information, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you. Is there questions from council? Can we remove the slide presentation, please? Thank you. Do we have any questions from council members? I have a few questions for you if there's no other questions from council. Have you used this process in other cities nearby?
Yes, we have, sir. We actually did a smaller pavement assessment in the city of Marina for a part of Reservation Road. And so this tool, while it wasn't a full network evaluation, it did allow us to identify appropriate treatment strategies for that stretch of Reservation Road and just evaluate inconsistencies in condition across approximately a 2-mile stretch of roadway. But this is a tool that we've used in other parts of the state and in other states as well. So it's a technology that we're very comfortable with.
So you have used it for an entire city already?
Yes,
somewhere.
we have, sir.
And can you maybe email us some links so we can take a look at it as council members to see how that looks and we can get familiar with it? So we can see.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that.
Results of that. I do want to go back to the question or one of the statements you said you mount a camera onto a car windshield. And then I heard you say sensor van. So are we talking about a sensor van or are we talking about an iPhone on a window? How does that
the latter statement is correct. This would be an Android-based phone mounted on the windshield. The differentiation between the two is that a sensor van would have predominantly downward-facing laser line scan technology, and so you'd be scanning the surface of the roadway. Those technologies are typically quite expensive, and so that's not what we're proposing here. We're proposing a cell phone based technology that would be mounted on a standard passenger vehicle.
So that cell phone obviously has some special program to identify issues as far as cracking in the roads, alligator, all those different things that are happening, or how does that work exactly?
Yes, so the phone itself is taking an ongoing image log or a video log, and it's that imagery that's processed using the artificial intelligence to identify those cracks and the severity levels, and then to assign the condition rating for that stretch of roadway.
I guess to add to that question, some roads are still in good condition, but they need to be sealed again because of start the breakdown of the road. Does that camera pick that up too, or does it only pick up when it's seeing cracks?
That's a good question. So some of that surface oxidation and that surface wear and tear is difficult for any system to pick up. And so whether it's a sensor van or this method that we're proposing, the system would be challenged. And I think the approach that we're proposing with this hybrid methodology, where we're using technology, but we're also using human eyes and trained pavement inspectors to go out and validate those conditions, I think any deficiencies that aren't picked up with the technology can be picked up with the human eye and the trained rater.
Can that be done at the same time as that person is driving the vehicle, or is it just another person you hire to drive the vehicle and then come back and have somebody more specialized in this go back and look at this?
So typically we could do it at the same time. I think our approach is more targeted in that once we have those initial conditions and that initial blueprint, we can go in and target those more specialized field investigations. I think that allows us to save time in the field and also helps direct staff as to where they should be reviewing that detailed information. So we've got the full video log, and that helps us to identify where those more strategic distress surveys need to occur.
And you could create the PCI from just this phone.
Well, we're creating that 1 through 5 scale, and it's through those visual inspections that we're transforming that 1 through 5 into the PCI. The PCI is a similar rating scale. They're not identical, but there are strong correlations between the two.
Okay. Have you read the current book we have, PCI ratings on that was done 5 years ago, 6 years ago?
I believe I do have a copy of the pavement management program. Yes.
Good. Okay. I think it's very important. I'm fascinated by the new technology, and I think if it's something that can work, it would definitely benefit us. We learned a lot just from the other time we went out to go do the inspections of the roads, and everybody was surprised to find out that it's not $800,000 a year to fix the roads, but more to $4 to $5 million. And I just want to know, how long would this process take to get the information so we can get moving on the repair of slurries, filling, and of the grinding of some of our roads? How long will this process take?
So it takes a few weeks to inventory the network in terms of setting it up geospatially and getting the segmentation correct. That's usually a 1 to 2 week process. It's a couple days to drive the network. And once that data is collected and uploaded, it's a 30-day data turnaround. And so I would say within about 2 months, we would have a full record of those conditions and could start making decisions at that point.
At that point, we would have the PCI number?
Yes, in approximately 2 to 3 months, we could have that full PCI ranking as well.
And more questions, sorry. You're looking at the ratings and you're helping decide future repairs from what you've accomplished through the videotaping throughout the road. So you can pretty much say, look, this road should have the slurry in 2 years, or should do it now, or grinding on this one at this point. I mean, I know your map will show green, yellow, and red, but are you helping with that information at the same time to help prepare the plan?
Yeah, so some of that pavement deterioration and performance modeling, as we call it, is also based on a kind of a thorough construction history or a record of when work has been completed on those streets. So if we're able to figure out, when that road was last resurfaced or slurry sealed, and we're able to take this snapshot in time, then we can look at what that deterioration should be in the next couple years. So while we are providing a snapshot in time with this evaluation, if we're able to look back in time at when it was built or when it was resurfaced, then we can also look forward as to how we think it will perform in say, the next 2 to 5 years.
Right. Thank you. That's all the question I have. Any questions from council members?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Councilmember Burns, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So, Mr. Miller, I'm looking at our council packet, page 293, and what I'm looking at is the cost for this work. And I'm seeing two different numbers. I'm seeing one number that's $27,680, and I'm seeing a number below it of $25,070. So am I to presume that this is about a $53,000 task?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It's broken into the 2 phases, where the first phase would be the automated data collection approach. And the second portion of that would be the field validation in support of the recommendations.
Thank you. And so I guess my follow-up question to that comment would be for the city engineer. What if we were to do this through traditional means that we've done in the past? What would the cost be for a similar amount of work? Would it be more or less equal?
I was not working for the city in 2016 when it was last done, so I can't give you a comparison. I'm not certain that I can. I don't know.
Yeah,
Brett,
sorry, I don't recall that number either.
I believe the cost was in the 40s.
Okay.
We did it.
So a little more expensive, factoring in inflation over the years. And it seems as though, my presumption, this will be quicker, timelier, more in-depth, and allow us to then move forward in a more timely manner. Is that a fair assumption?
I believe yes, I believe that's true. And the reason I believe that is the display of the data allows it to be used a lot easier than, a binder. The binders are great, the report that we had last time, but you got to go through it and with a map to figure out where you're going to do stuff. Whereas the way that this collects and displays the data allows us to look at grids, pieces of the city that we want to target, and pick the roads out that are in the most need pretty quickly.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, just for a point of clarification, we're going to have everything done within 2 to 3 months, including the website and the reports and the recommendations. Are we talking start to finish within 2 to 3 months?
Yes, our current schedule shows approximately 3 to 4 months. I think we can expedite that to 3 months if there's a desire to do so from the council.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council members? All right, this time is there any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Velasquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now move to item F5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. Abraham Prado, once again, Development Services Planning Manager, Interim Director. During the reports of City Council officers, boards, and committees section of the agenda, of the regular city council meeting of February 1st, 2021. One of the council members, Councilmember Rick Perez, indicated that he had received concerns from residents about Dunn Park regarding 6th Street and Powell Street, and also 6th Street and West Street, on why there is only a two-way stop sign. And so in accordance with City of Hollister Professional Services Agreement entered between the City of Hollister and Kimley Horn on August 6, 2018 by the City Council to provide engineering staff augmentation and project management services, Kimley Horn has actually provided a proposal for an always stop control warrant analysis at 6th Street and Powell, and also on 6th Street and West Street, attached in your packets as Exhibit A. Each intersection currently operates as a side street stop control intersection with along 6th Street with the eastbound and westbound directions. This proposal is also to complete an always stop warrant analysis at these intersections within these intersections. So with this, staff recommends that the City Council adopt resolution number 2021-40, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving the appropriation of $10,340 from the general fund for the professional services cost to prepare a four-way stop traffic analysis on 6th Street and Powell, and also on 6th Street and West. Are there any questions for staff?
Any questions from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
I just wanted to make sure, it says in here that it's going to be within 3 weeks that we'll have this done.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. That is correct. The proposal includes a timeline, a cost, and the scope. So the proposal does indicate within 3 weeks that we should have the results. That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and we haven't done this in a while, Abraham. Do you have to bring it back for approval, or if it warrants the stops, can you just do it, proceed without having to bring it back?
The latter. If it's
Okay.
warranted, we can proceed.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Tim Burns, Mayor.
Councilmember Burns, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Prado, do we have a sense for the number of accidents that have occurred on this road in the last year, 2, 3, or 4?
That's a really good question. As part of the proposal, we will be working with Kimley Horn, and Kimley Horn is going to try to get at least within the last 12 months, but up to the last 36 months if possible, working with the Hollister Police Department to see what kind of data we can get. So given the authorization tonight, they will be working on trying to get that information with the police department and having that to use it with their report.
Thank you. I appreciate what appears to be a proactive effort on behalf of the city. I can't tell you the number of times I've heard people say, we ought to do this, we ought to do that.
Sure.
And often it has to be a direct result of a collision, an injury, a fatality. And so my hope is we don't have any, and we can still be proactive and address Councilmember Perez's concerns for his constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tim. I concur. Thank you.
Quick questions.
Sure.
Councilmember Perez, go ahead.
So if it's found that we don't need it, you will let us know that way, or?
Yes, if once we have the analysis and if it's not warranted, then my understanding is we will we will inform you, because then there is a it goes to another aspect of it. If the council still wants it, even though it's not warranted, then there is the liability factor of placing an item or placing a stop control when it's not actually warranted. So those are the things that we will try to find out, and if that's the case, we can bring that back to you if you like.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from council? Mr. Prado, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Is Kimley Horn here tonight?
Yes, Kimley Horn. Kimley Horn. We have Mark Falgo, our acting city engineer. I think it's Ben Huey who did the proposal. He's actually not, but he's just waiting on if approved. He's waiting on the letter to proceed. But Mark Falgo is here as well.
I just have a quick question for them. I know we had them do some other studies close by on Monterey for some other four-way stops that were not warranted in the end. I wonder, is being near a park, does that help with the argument of protecting some of the residents in that area? Do you find that a four-way stop can be warranted because it's closer to a park? Does that help in this manner at all?
I don't believe that the proximity to a park does. I think that the warrants include the volumes of side street traffic versus through traffic that doesn't stop. Accidents, as Abraham had pointed out, number of accidents in the last 12-month period. Sight distance can be an issue. So if the side street or even the through has poor sight distance, so you can't see far enough down the road to be able to safely enter the intersection when the oncoming traffic doesn't stop, that can be a factor. But I don't believe that proximity to a park is one of the factors.
I have a question.
Oh, what a shame. Councilmember Perez?
So, this is the study that's going to be done. It's one of those strips that goes across the road and they check the traffic, or it's just the ones you're talking about?
What we do, it's that we're not going to be doing traffic counts most likely because of COVID. Traffic patterns are irregular, right?
Correct.
We don't have school traffic. We don't have. So, however, Kimley Horn is working on the traffic portion of the general plan. So we have some data that's been collected for that. We also have a source of data that we've been using on other stop control intersection warrant analyses during the pandemic all over the place. That's comes from a source of historic data. So it's called Street Light Data, and that's the company that provides it. So what we won't be getting this, I don't believe we'll be getting counts on this, and that's part of the reason why it can go quicker, because counts will take time.
Okay.
But we will be using historic data.
Okay, yeah, because that was my main concern, because this is, I don't know if everyone's familiar with, this is where the county building that everyone rents out for birthday parties, and the other corner is the playground.
Right.
Yeah, that's what the concerns are. But all righty, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor?
Is there a motion?
I make a motion.
Is a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Burns?
I have nothing to report, Mayor, at this time.
Councilmember Spencer?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Perez?
Nothing to report.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we went to COG, and I believe we had an update on Highway 25 for some of the new COG members. That's it at this time. Thank you.
Okay. I have nothing to report. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Resendez just reported from our committee. That's COG. We'll move now to item G2, informational reports. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have two quick things. I was wondering if the city manager had an update on the county's commitment to SNP. And then I would also like to have put on next council meeting a conversation or discussion about moving forward to start issuing future resolutions and proclamations, please. Thank you. And that would conclude my report.
I'm still working on the county for the SNP bus, but we'll push them harder.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Spencer?
Yes, just a big shout out to code enforcement. Tumbleweeds are gone. And I just want to say thank you so very much.
Councilmember Perez?
Yeah, so actually nothing to report. I'll wait for, are we on G? Okay, so actually the streets, since the streets came up, and I'm a big advocate for our alleys also. And I know that we've, Brett and Mayor, we've went on these tours of our city and we decided that it's best, or we were informed that it's best to separate our street and our alley projects.
You might.
They're going to bring it up.
Yeah, you might wait to G4.
G4?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's coming up.
I'm going to catch up, but
Pause.
we'll save it for that one.
Nothing to report.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
I'm just wondering where we at with dog-friendly city, Mr. City Manager.
We'll get a report on that on the future agendas.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to congratulate the Lotus Group on their new hotel, their groundbreaking, and thank you, Councilmember Perez, for being there. A new Holiday Inn Express is going to be built there. Their timeline is they're hoping to be open by January, I believe it was, Mr. Perez.
I think so.
And I want to thank them again for investing into our community. And many people have heard about a new facility in town that near the airport that will be under construction soon, up to 300 to 400 new jobs. I want to thank those business owners that are investing in our community. And I know there's a lot of conversations out there, people saying different things, but this is exactly what was talked about earlier in the GPAC report, live and work in our own city. That's going to start making the big difference for our community, where residents can actually live and work in their town and spend more time with their families. So very exciting news. And I wanted to thank the staff for working so hard to make all those projects come to fruition. It's the turning point, I think, in our community. And I'm really pleased to see it all happening. City Manager?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
City Attorney?
No report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Chief?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Really briefly, the last council meeting, we discussed the retirement of Dan Nguyen, Lieutenant Dan Nguyen. Over the last 2 weeks, we've had 2 additional retirements. The one we spoke of earlier was Jason Hutchins with the canine, and also Rudy Rodriguez was a 20-year veteran. Rudy has been he has an amazing ability to remember so many people's names and the contacts he's had over the years. It's just going to be very difficult to replace someone like that. He had his experience as well as his friendship, and his infectious positive attitude will be missed at the department. We wish both him and Jason a great good luck with their retirement. And also last week we had a swearing in of Alyssa Bautista, went from an animal control officer to animal control supervisor. It was really great that we're promoting from within. She's replacing Kara Els, who has now started the police academy for our agency. So yeah, that's great news. And earlier today, we had a swearing-in ceremony at the police department. Christine was gracious enough to swear in our newest officer, Austin McKinney. He is a veteran, served several tours of the Marines prior to being here with us. So we're really excited about that. And one last thing, I obviously communicated with Officer Hutchins about your vote for the dog, and he just wanted to say he is extremely appreciative of your generosity, and his family, his children are excited to keep Lupo and give him his forever home. He sends extreme gratitude, he said. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk?
City Clerk, do you have anything?
Just, she's motioning to me. One more thing I forgot. Thank you, Christine. And next Monday, we're going to have another swearing in. Isao Perez has been in the academy. He's graduating, and will be a swearing in ceremony for him to start as our newest officer next week on Monday. Thank you, Christine.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to item G3, we are coming up on 10 o'clock. Is there a consensus for the council to continue after 10?
Tim Burns, I'll move to continue.
Is there a consensus from the other members?
Continue.
Okay, thank you very much. I see the head shaking. We're going to move now to item G3.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Henry Gonzalez. I'm an intern Public Works Director. I'm here to give you a status on our parks. We currently have 4 parks that are ADA compliant. We're working on the 5th one, which would be Clower Park. The best news I have for everybody, we're looking at the dog park at the airport to be seated in about 3 weeks. We are all very happy to have that happening. So it was a great team effort. We really pushed hard this last 30 days on that park. Everyone's excited to see it open up again. It's going to be, it is a beautiful dog park. So I just look forward to that. Park Hill, we're getting a new restroom up on Park Hill. The Valley View Well Park is what we call it. They're getting a new building on top of the water feature pumps. So that will hopefully increase the lifespan of the equipment. That's about it. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from council members?
Mayor Tim Burns.
Councilmember Burns, go ahead.
Thank you. It's not really a question, sir. It's just a comment. I'd like for you to please thank your staff on my behalf. I actually live across the street from one of our neighborhood parks, and I will tell you, your staff does an amazing job of maintaining that park. And I think they often go unrecognized, and they just are here and they're gone. I've interacted with them on a couple of occasions. They're always kind, they're always polite, they're always considerate. And I think oftentimes we overlook them or take them for granted. And so please express my thoughts to them, please.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I will pass that on to everybody.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Just a quick question. So,
Councilmember Perez?
I know from going to the other meetings with the city Parks and Recreation. Do you know if they're coming up with a sequence of parks in order, or do you know if that they're going to be working on? Do you know that?
Not at this moment, but that will be. We're going to get these things hammered out, and then that's going to be our next goal is to get them.
Awesome. Yeah, I'd like also to not just thank the parks workers, but it seems like lately you guys are really like tightening up, finishing up things, and it's good to see things getting finished up instead of things just halfway done, and so it looks better.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just to let everybody know, so most of our jobs are team effort, just not our maintenance workers. We have water operators. We have people from the sanitation department. It's always a group effort when we do projects like that together.
And Councilmember Perez, I have asked department heads to finish the projects they started before starting a new one. So we had a problem of having a little bit too many projects out there started but not finished. So,
well, the city's looking better. So and it is a team effort. It's with you guys. It's with Brett Miller. It's everybody, all the way through the city clerk, all the way from the mayor on down to everybody. It takes us all to do this, and you know what? It's really cool to see Hollister coming together. The downtown's opening up. COVID numbers are going down. Things are happening, and makes me I'm really proud to say that Hollister is my home.
I agree.
Yeah, that's.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Resendez.
Are all the parks unfenced and open now?
Yes, where the temporary fences were, yes, they're down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have one quick question. You said you're going to seed the dog park in 3 weeks. When would it be ready to open back to the public?
It'll be dependent on how quick the seed starts to grow.
Do we have any estimates at all? Is it a couple months after that, or?
I'll ask the vendor. I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay, appreciate it. That way we kind of start planning for it. I know a lot of people have been waiting for that dog park to open, so it's exciting news. And as Mr. Perez said, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for getting these projects completed. And it's good to see happen.
Thank you.
Will there
Thank
be,
you.
will there be a grand opening for the dog park where instead of shovels, maybe we'll use pooper scoopers?
Absolutely.
That would be a great idea.
Gold ones.
Great comment, Councilmember Burns. Is there any other questions or comments from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now move to item G4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. My net there fell. My apologies. Abraham Prado, Development Services Planning Manager, Interim Director. Thank you for the opportunity to address this item. It's great that we had the presentation from Kimberly Horn earlier this evening on item F4 pertaining to the pavement evaluation services. The pavement evaluation services should be able to provide the city with information that can help us assess and maintain our city's pavement network so we can, one, accurately know what the pavement condition index is and what is needed to repair and or maintain each road, including alleys, properly. Two, accurately calculate maintenance and repair budgets. And three, save money by doing repairs at the right time and, very importantly, in the right location. And I'll be addressing that a little bit later in this summary that I'm providing to you. At its regular meeting of June 15, 2020, the City Council adopted resolution number 2020-121. I included some excerpts of the resolution on the screen, and that adopted a list of projects for fiscal year 2020-2021 funded by SB1. And regarding the finances, we'll also include that. We'll have a slide. I'm going to have City Manager asked to include it. He'll talk a little bit about that in just a little bit. But the City of Hollister will receive approximately $760,788 for road maintenance and rehabilitation, the RMRA fund for fiscal year 2020-2021 from Senate Bill 1. And per the resolution, the funding will help maintain and rehabilitate 5 roads in the City of Hollister this year, and a lot more in the future, as indicated in the second whereas indicated on the street. As we all know, there are various roads throughout our precious community that are in high need of repair that don't necessarily just may need chip or seal or overlay, but actually grind and overlay. And many, including various alleys, require stormwater maintenance for flood control as well. The roads selected by the council to be rehabilitated for the 2020-2021 year are as follows. And I indicated more of a map to show these instead of a list. And these are McCarthy Street, which you can see at the top right of the map. And the PCI, or pavement condition index, there is at 17. And I copied a map there, a layer there of what the pavement condition indexes are in regards to from failed to excellent condition. And as you can see, at 17, it's in really bad shape and in desperate need of rehabilitation. Chapel Road, again, on the top right of the map, also has a pavement index condition of 28, which is very bad as well. Caston Court, which has a PCI of 34, will be covered as part of this section as well, which is adjacent to the east of Chapel Road, as indicated in the map. I'll provide another map that focuses on that location just a little bit. The other roads that were also considered were Park Street, the section east of San Benito Street to west of Prune Street. And you can see that at the bottom of the map, you'll see where Park Street is pointed to, Olive Street as well. And then on the west side of town, you see Line Street. I just want to indicate Park Street has a PCI of 82, which is actually considered fair, almost even good. Olive Street does have a one that needs work. That's in the 13. That does need work. But then we have Line Street on the west side, and that has a PCI of 71, which is fair per the PCI. Again, the city of Hollister will receive an estimated $760,788 in road maintenance and rehabilitation (RMRA) funding in this fiscal year, or fiscal year 2020-21, from SB1. And the original grant and overlay work for all the approved roads consists of approximately $628,000, which you see there on the map. That was an indication from Kimberly Horn in regards to all the work that was for all the roads that were approved for this year. So staff is looking forward to getting this road rehabilitation project started. However, staff would like to bring to your attention potential cost savings, along with the method to identify the evaluation of all roads and alleys by actually grouping road rehab projects in the form of a grid map. And I'm going to go a little bit more into detail. We find as staff that it's going to be really important for presenting this to the city council in the future to make determinations in regards to the roads that we want to rehabilitate in the future. Road rehab projects that the council approves should be in close proximity to each other so that the road rehabilitation work can be concentrated where maintenance equipment can be set up in one location, and from that location, the work can be performed without moving around from one location to the other. For example, up in the top right-hand corner where we have McCarthy, Chapel, and Caston Court, if we have all the equipment to do the road rehabilitation there, it's great. But then if we move it all the way south and then again all the way to the east, all that is additional costs that the city will endure. And so, what for example, with our current location, that's what we see. Staff is not indicating that we will no longer have to repair, for example, Line Street, Park Street, or Olive Street if we decide to just focus, for example, on Chapel Road and McCarthy and Caston. But what we're trying to say is that if we focus our efforts just on that northern section, that itself, it would be an approximate cost of $460,000. And if we focus on that, and based on the money that we have right now at $760,000, that would be about a savings of $300,000 that we will have for us to focus on other roads if needed. For example, in the screen, we have a grid map on my right-hand side of the screen. And the grids that you see there are essentially labeled from 1 on the west side of town all the way to 78 on the east side of town, 1 through 78. So there's a square pretty much, or a grid, another form, throughout the city of Hollister. What we're seeing specifically here on the left side of the screen is grid sheet number 44. So number 44 on the grid map is essentially enlarged on grid sheet number 44. And that's what we have from 1 through 78. We have enlarged sheets that show all the streets. And so what we're trying to propose is to have the city council, if it's okay with the city council, direct staff to prepare a detailed grid map, such as you see here, once the pavement evaluation as approved in item F4 has been done. And that would be describing the roads, including alleys, and also the results of the pavement evaluation, including the pavement condition index as discussed. So essentially having this with an enlarged version of all the roads identified and then indicating the pavement condition index per the item that was approved in F4. And the hope is that in the future, we can return to the city council and you can select another grid, work on one grid, and then when we come back, you can select another grid with roads that need maintenance assistance. Again, all of these grids would already have all the roads evaluated, And the benefits is that we will have one staging area for each particular grid for all of the work equipment to target all of the roads within that grid that require maintenance and rehabilitation, and have that to be approved by the council in the future. So we need to have the equipment in one place per grid to fix certain areas at a time, and this can potentially have cost savings in the thousands, and overall, over the long haul, in the hundreds of thousands and even more. Here is a sheet summarizing the street dollars available as of February 24th, 2021. City manager asked if I can include this sheet so he can go over it very briefly with the council.
Yeah, thank you, Abraham.
Sure.
So sometimes the concern is when we ask about what sounds potentially to some as delays, I wanted to say that we actually do have money in different accounts. We have about $1 million in the road maintenance and rehab account, which is, let's say, about $1 million. Measure G, which from COG, we have about $5 million, and which we're going to investigate a little bit more because I believe that there are more funds there, but that was what they initially told us. SB1 funds, we have about 1.4 million. Gas tax reserves, we have about 100,000. And then we're going to be reimbursed for part of the traffic calming on Buena Vista of about 220,000. So when we look at the projects that we have in the hopper, we have the SB1 project for 2021, which is going to be about 800,000. SB1 projects for 1920 would be 1.5 million. The Lad Lane and Southside traffic calming that you just approved, that's going to be about $1 million. Citro Avenue, 465,000. Sally traffic calming is about $500,000. And then the Buena Vista traffic calming, which will probably be done about 2022, is 3.5 million. So when we take up all the funding that we have and then all the projects that we have currently planned, that this gives us a surplus of about 100,000. So with one thing that we are working on right now is with money being so inexpensive right now, with interest rates really low, is to maybe look at borrowing against some of our Measure G money and some of our SB1 funding so that we can actually get bigger projects, which would actually increase our ability to fund additional projects. So we'll be coming with that in the near future, but I wanted to feel somewhat secure that we are working on some different road projects for the near future.
Thank you, City Manager Miller. In summary, staff is requesting direction from the City Council to 1, direct staff to perform the pavement evaluation on the city roads and include alleys as approved in item F4, and this would provide us with an updated status of the roads and alleys of our city, demonstrating what condition these roads and alleys find themselves in. 2, prepare a grid map of the city, grouping road rehabilitation projects together in each grid to increase cost savings. 3, for the road rehabilitation project of 2020-2021, focus on the McCarthy Chapel Road Casting Court segment only, as seen in this slide. Again, this is not to say that we're not going to do the Olive and Park and Line Street. We'll just come back to you at a later time, and when we see that we want to approve the grid that shows Park Street and Olive, we should be able to approve more roads within that area at a cost savings. And for the following year, 2021, 2022, shift to a different location as determined by the City Council once you see the evaluation that's been done to all the roads and in the grid system, if it's okay with you for us to move forward with that, and then it'll be up to you which grid you want to approve next. So with that, this concludes staff's presentation. Are there any questions for staff?
Any questions from council?
Mayor Tim Burns.
Councilman Burns, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So Mr. Prado, did I hear you say by packaging or bundling a group that is proposed that we could potentially, by not doing two streets, save about $300,000? Is that what I heard you say?
For fiscal year 2020, 2021, that is correct. Right now, if we package on the roads that were approved, if we focused on just one section for this time around, and not necessarily do at this time Line Street and then move the equipment over to Park and Olive, and if we just focus on McCarthy, Chapel, and Caston, we would be saving at approximately $300,000 from the estimates provided by Kimley Horn.
Thank you. So
You're welcome.
to kind of piggyback off of that, if we're going to save $300,000 approximately,
Mhm.
now I've been off and on in the city of Hollister over 20 years, and as I can recall, I don't know that our alleyways have ever been in good condition.
Mhm.
And not only are they not necessarily in good condition, but their lighting is not necessarily great either.
Right.
And I am very excited by the project assessment that we just recently approved for about $53,000, as I recall.
Yes.
But I would really like to see the city make a commitment to focus on the alleyways. And I don't know if there's a way to earmark that $300,000 savings for alleyways specifically. Now, I benefit by being in District 4, where our roads are in very good condition overall. And so, and I don't want to rain on Councilmember Perez's parade, but I very much would like
Thank you.
to move that forward to ensure that we're not having these conversations reoccurring unnecessarily. And the mayor may be able to weigh in on this as well. As it relates, to bundle road work, seems like that was a recent past practice of the council. And I don't see any reason why we would ever want to deviate from that, because it seemed like it back then in previous iterations of council also provided a cost savings and we got more work. And so it just makes sense to me. It seems like a best practice, frankly. And so with that, I would like to see some commitment to the alleys, particularly once we have the street assessments there. I do think they're a priority, and I think our home price values will increase with the increase in the alleyways as well. And so thank you. That concludes my thoughts and comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, comments from councils?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Thank you. Abraham, is this a common practice, this grid? Is this how they do it in other cities, or how did you guys come up with this idea?
So we came up with this idea because we were talking with the city manager, city engineer, and we were looking at this road rehabilitation project approved for 2020, 2021, which is important. I mean, the city council indicated the importance of it to where it basically dedicated or allocated the $760,788 that we're supposed to be using from SB1 fundings, and that's great. But in meeting with Kimley Horn and looking at staging the equipment to do the road rehabilitation and looking at the locations of these road rehab projects and the proximity from one to the other, we've determined that it was there was going to be additional funds as if we were to group projects together. And so with that, in talking with the city manager and the city acting city engineer, I was asked this past week to prepare a presentation to provide this information to the city council and basically have that direction from the city council to make it into a grid and have the road rehabilitation projects be concentrated in these grids for cost savings.
Okay, so then the idea moving forward, after we get the reports back from Kimley Horn, we're going to prioritize grids based on that report and the PCI?
That'll definitely be up to the council. That's a recommendation that we're making, that we will show you all the PCI on each grid, on each particular road. As you can see here, the example on number 44, grid number 44, you'll see all the roads that are on grid number 44, and you'll see a PCI pretty much. I'm thinking the mechanics of this would be a PCI on each of the roads and each segment of the roads, and then we would present it to you, and we would make recommendations as to which would be the next grid for the council to look into. If you want to look into more of the alleys, you'll probably see look into grids 8, 12, 20, 21 possibly. If you want to look more into other segments, they're all going to be there with the PCI hopefully within the next 3 months, as stated in item F4.
Okay. I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea. I think we need to do something, and we have to hit the ground running. Got to get going on this, right?
Yeah.
And then I guess my last suggestion to piggyback off what Councilmember Burns said was that we could potentially use some of the savings to, because I don't think that what Kimley Horn said, that they're actually contracted to go into the alleys, maybe after we're done getting the reports done in 2 to 3 months for the roads, then we can contract with them to look into the alleys and do the same process and include that in the grids and update that after, I guess, is what I'm getting at. Does that make sense? So essentially what they're doing for the roads through Kimley Horn, we can do that through the alleys as well, and then just add that all into the data that they're going to give us later on.
That's my understanding, Councilmember Resendez. Vice Mayor.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure if I wasn't clear. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments from council members?
Yep.
Councilmember Perez, go ahead, sir.
We're gonna have 700 and a little bit less than $800,000, you said?
700 and where's that number? $760,788 allocated for 2020, 2021 road rehab. Mhm.
Wow. Okay, where do I start? The grids, that makes perfect sense. You know, makes perfect sense. So when they're gonna do this other scan, is that gonna include the alleys then? Because it said center line roads. Alleys are not center lined. So what's up with that?
Yeah, my understanding is that, yeah, it's 128 miles of roadways within the city of Hollister.
Do we know how many roads, how many miles we have of just alleys?
We'll have the acting city engineer.
We can check on that. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's a measurement tool, so you can have roads measured in lane miles. So if you have a 4-lane road, then each mile is 4 miles, or center line miles, which is what that, yeah, which is just the length of the road regardless of how wide it is. So I believe that the alleys may be included in that, but I need to verify that for you.
Okay, yeah, because there seems to be, I'm getting confused here with alleys and streets. Because, well, first of all, I got a question for you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Did you not tell me that we're gonna have almost $10 million for streets?
No, I said we need to have 10 to 15 million to really make an
You
impact.
need to have it.
Yes. So we have, if
No,
you look
that's
at,
what I heard. That is
yeah,
not-
if you look at, maybe I can help you.
I got the floor, excuse me. You told me, and that we were gonna have that much. We have where is it? We by the end of the year, we were gonna have almost $10 million. That's what you told me. And this is when we were walking around with Brett Miller, the contractor, and we started over there. Well, first of all, you told me we were going to start at Buena Vista and work across town. And then when it came time to do it, we started over there at McCarthy Park. Great, doesn't matter. I'm really upset that what you've told me, because that, I know what I heard, because I've been telling my constituents that, you know what, these people that have alleys, that have their front doors on these alleys, they're in these flood zones, that I've been going off the information that you gave me, and I am really upset with that, because I should have checked myself instead of trusting you, because you told me we were going to have almost $10 million. And I was telling these people that, you know what, we're going to get some work done on these alleys, because these places are flooding. My garage on Swoop, my neighbor's garage on Swoop. We've seen the pictures. I need to calm down, because I do not like being lied to, and you lied to me. You lied to my face, and I'm pissed. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, well, let me make sure we're clear on something, and I'm going to make this perfectly clear to you. never lied to you. That's absolutely false. Let me make sure you understand what the conversation was. We're receiving about
do not
three.
need you
Hang
to
on, no,
tell me what I
hang
heard.
on. I'm
I
speaking.
do
sir.
not
I'm
need you to
speaking,
tell me
sir.
what I heard. I am not
I'm
a liar.
speaking, sir. Please.
I know, I
Out
understand.
of order, sir. Let me finish what I'm saying here. Let's be very clear on this. We're getting about $3 million a year from Measure G funds. We
You're
haven't.
going to have plenty of money.
We haven't
That's
used
what you
them.
said.
Last
You
year,
said,
didn't use
we
them,
start
sir.
with 3 million and we're
Sir,
going to get
hang
more.
on,
We're
sir.
going to have almost $10
Again, sir,
million.
you're out of order,
We
please,
have
sir.
plenty of money. That's what you
Sir,
said.
please. Again, out of order. Please wait till you're recognized. Again, $3 million a year comes from Measure G funds. We didn't use them the year before, this year, and next year. That's about $9 million right there. There's other funds from gas tax. There's other funds from SB1. That is over $10 million. Now it's a matter of how we're going to use them. This system that they're pointing out tonight is a grid system. It makes more sense to make sure we're finishing the grids rather than jump around the city. So no one lied to you whatsoever. Your misinterpretation of something is not a lie. It's how this system really works as far as dollars. Now, how do we get more dollars so we can do more roads is the question. So there's no lie to you. It's very, very simple, very clear.
right.
Roads
You're
are very
really
expensive.
good with the words. I'm sorry.
Very expensive to do. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of planning. What they're presenting tonight, very good plan. And we need to start working on the grid system because we cannot just bounce around the city as been done in the past. It's not very efficient. It's very expensive to be doing that. This is a good way to start doing these things. These were some of the plans that were made before, as far as near McCarthy Park. But some of those streets might not take a grind, but they need to be slurried. They need to be sealed, crack sealed. There's a lot of different things that need to go into this. It's not just pick and choose here and there. It's very complicated. Obviously, this is taking a while just to get to this point. So we getting there. There's dollars, there's issues, and people need to understand that. It's not just making up dollars and then just saying, hey, we can just do this and that. We're getting there. But to say that you were misled or lied to, absolutely not. I just explained it to you very clearly, and I hope you understand that. Is there any other questions from other council members?
I'm not done. So you never told me that we were going to have plenty of money?
Sir, I just told you right now again. I made it very clear what it was.
I just asked you a simple question.
You have another question
Did you
about this program? We're not going to go back and forth what you and I have talked about. Do you have a question?
Okay,
about the
I
program?
want to make sure that with the information you gave me and that I told people that alleys start to get worked on. I want to, I don't know how to do this, but I don't know if I get a consensus from the dais and that we take a certain percentage of all the totals we have and put it towards the alleys. These people have been waiting for not 5 years, not 10 years, not 25 years, but almost 30 years. And their buildings are being flooded. They can't get to their cars. Yes, we do need to maintain work, the streets. And you know what? If I misunderstood you, I apologize. But that's not what I heard. That's not what I heard. I would not, I do not lie. I do not accuse people of anything. But when that happened to my face, and
let's talk about the road.
So
okay,
I need some of these alleys done too.
We need
to start on these
the
alleys.
entire city fixed. And that's what we're trying to get to. That's the whole point of a grid.
Yeah, and you told me that the streets have, the alleys have always been put off for later. Well, it's later now. Now is later.
Which we've been saying for years. And this is why.
Later. What alleys are done?
Sir, again, we have roads that are in bad shape throughout this city because they've been ignored for too many years. This is the best plan we've heard. Finally, we have dollars to start working towards it. It is not perfect, but I can tell you 4 years ago, 5 years ago, everybody thought $800,000 a year would fix these streets, which is why we pushed so hard for Measure G. It's why we pushed so hard to get the road study done. so everybody's clear that we need to spend $45 million a year just to keep up. This is part of that plan now to start getting these roads fixed. It is complicated. I can understand your confusion with it. But
I'm
it's
not-
dollars in the end. It's find out how to get more dollars to get more done. It's as simple as that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we've had this conversation before. And
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for any council members?
And you said that
Councilmember
we're going to
Perez?
we're going to separate the
Councilmember Perez, please.
from.
Do we have any other questions from the council members?
In fact, the alleys are even on our capital improvement projects. They are so bad, they are on the capital improvement projects. And
Yes,
you're
they are.
not going to listen to me.
Yes, they are. And this is, again, we should have had other roads done last year.
Yeah,
Before
so
that
we're-
were never done. This is
where have
why
you been in the-
this new team is taking care of this, sir. Again, speak when you are recognized. We don't want outbursts as were in the past. We don't need to go back to that. We can be professional here and have a conversation about what we're going to do to get these roads fixed, not point fingers and blame people for things that we misheard. Now,
you misspoke.
is there any other questions from?
Why
any
am I,
council
why
members?
is everyone else the wrong one and you are the right one?
I'm not the right one.
Exactly.
We're all together the right one, together, all
Right.
of us.
And I'm trying to come up with a consensus from all of us to come
Okay,
together.
well, don't just sit there and say I said something. It's not, you misinterpreted. We don't need to go there. Is there any other questions from the other
I
council?
think you're tripping over your tongue instead of me not being able to hear.
Sir, again, Mr. Perez, is there any other questions from council members?
Mayor Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to suggest, if not make a motion, that we take whatever cost savings are made from not doing those two streets and earmark that money specifically for work in alleyways. I know $300,000 is a drop in the bucket, but it's at least the commitment and something we could build upon to create that fund. And then when that street assessment comes in and the alleyways are assessed, everything has to begin with start with a beginning. And I think that's at least a positive step in the right direction and a commitment from this council to not continue to put alleys off to the side. And so that would be my recommendation, sir.
If I can, Mr. Burns, I'd like to suggest that we expand the contract with the company who's going to assess the roads after they complete the roads in 2 to 3 months to then include the alleys and then update that with the other data, as I had mentioned before, if that's okay with you.
I'm certainly open to that, sir. But I do want to set that money aside because I know how quickly that money could be used for other city needs and services because as the mayor suggested, we'll never have enough money, but we have to have a beginning and at least that way we have some seed money.
Yeah, so maybe we can earmark that money and then we can also, after the survey's done with the roads, we can expand upon the contract and use that money to begin gathering data from the alleys, if that's okay with the council.
I think, let's go back here, guys. And nobody wants to neglect the alleys or any streets. I think we all agree with that. I think part of this point of the grid is understanding what areas we're in to make sure they're finally getting done all the way in the grid of the block, whatever that is, 20, 21, 22, so on. As I understand, the engineer is trying to get some concepts or more ideas as far as cost to repair the alleys properly. Have we got any more information on that so we can understand some of those expenses? That's going to be helpful to understand also.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
And I guess what I'm trying to get at is we don't know the conditions of the alley. We don't know how to prioritize the alleys. We don't know which alley versus which alley where. So I think we have to start there. We've got to gather the information to get an assessment to find out where we start, just like we're doing with the road. So that's why I would like to prioritize that.
And you're absolutely correct. We need to understand conditions and estimated costs.
Throughout the whole city, the entire city, not just one district over another.
Right.
Mayor Velasquez, Timber.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Sir, for our community development director, is it my understanding that the city has applied approximately for maybe 2.5 community development block grant funding. And if in
Yes.
fact that's correct, could not a portion of that money also be used in repair and maybe even some lighting in the hallways? I think it would be eligible.
Definitely, we can look into that and see. I know that,
That's a good idea.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I know it's a grant proposal and an application, but again, I think we really do need to commit to the alleys, and
Absolutely.
I can't speak to Mr. Perez's frustration, but I can speak to, he's got my ear and I believe council's as well. And I think we do need to do some proactive things to move these things forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may,
Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to apologize.
Thank you, sir.
My apology. My behavior was wrong. I'm sorry. And whatever type of miscommunication it was, that's what it was.
We're going to get through this together and we're going to get a good plan. I'm happy to see the engineers that we have, the staff that's pulling together this information. This is probably more information that we've received since I've been here. And I like that they're bringing in a plan, and we're going to attack those alleys. We're going to attack those streets. We're going to find a way to fund this, and we're going to get this thing done throughout the city because our residents deserve it.
And it's not just to the staff here, which I am, but to the city.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other questions or comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Then I think staff, are we pretty clear on?
Yeah, we have direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Item G5, we already covered. We'll go to G6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. G6 is an update on the Hollister Municipal Code Title II, where we had 6 documents. I'm seeking direction from council on, I think tonight I could eliminate 2 of those 6. And then if we would like to set us maybe another special meeting to go over the remaining 4. And that's just from the input that I've received from all council members so far. If council so desires, I can pull up or name the 2 that I think we can eliminate tonight, leaving 4 remaining to go over at a special council meeting.
Okay.
So tonight we could eliminate the oh, I can't pull it up on that one. The Code of Ethics final. It was, yeah, on G6, it was number C.
Christine, do you have a page number on that?
Yeah, it's G6 attachment C.
Page 361.
Thank you.
I'm in a different view than you are, Councilmember Burns, sorry. So if I open this one, I believe it's the one. Yes. So I've had 2 members request that this whole document just be removed in its entirety, and no other input for changes on it. So if you are in agreement, we can eliminate this document.
It's fine with me.
I support that as well.
Okay, seems to be consensus on there.
Councilmember Spencer, are you okay with that? Okay.
Yes.
And Rick? Okay. The other document I think we could eliminate right off the bat would be D. Attachment B, council norms final. I again have had two people request that we eliminate it in its entirety. So if you're in agreement on that one, I can eliminate that. And then if we could set a special meeting to go over the remaining four, which would be the city council protocols, the code of ethics and conducts proposed, the council rules and procedures, and then integrate all of that into the Hollister Municipal Code.
That's fine with me. And then
Agreed.
just as a reminder, if anybody wanted to bring anything back from those documents, you can always look at it and then bring it back at the special meeting, right, Christine?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay, I'm totally comfortable with that.
Everyone else all right with that?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a consensus on that also.
Thank you. And then if there's just a date that is good for all of you to set, to go over these remaining four documents.
Did you have any recommended dates?
Last time we did a 4 o'clock meeting. I don't know if there's a better date for anybody during the week than others.
For me, it's Wednesdays. Thursdays, usually we have meetings towards the end of the month.
I prefer
Wednesday work for
Wednesdays.
The March 10th at 4 p.m.
Yeah,
with nothing but these items on there.
sounds good.
March 10th? Is that all right with the council?
Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed.
Thank you very much.
All right, get that out. Perfect. Is that it?
Yep.
All right. Do we have any comments from the public?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for that update. HIJK, there's no business. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
The motion, is there a second? Motion second, roll call.
Mayor Velazquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Please. Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Councilmember Spencer,
Oh, yeah.
Councilmember Burns.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.